Good morning, Namibia, and thank you so much for making time with us this morning. Yes, we are celebrating 35 years of NBC media coverage, whether it's TV, whether it's radio. It's been over 3 decades of informing, educating, as well as entertainment. My name is Franklin, and I'm joined here by Rivaldo in his olive suit.
Definitely, Franklin, and we are celebrating 35 years of educating, informing, and ensuring that Namibia stays up to date. Truly, for 35 years, the NBC has been part of Namibia's story, ensuring that sports are covered, current affairs are covered, news is covered, and educating the overall population.
I think there's an idea that we're trying to do today, and that is that we are trying to honor people that have worked here. I'm talking about the likes of the Robin Tysons, the late Ellen, these great newsmakers, the Freeland Thomases, the Madam Elsie that worked here. And the idea is really that there is a sense in which broadcasting is more than just a job, it's been a calling. And so when I take a look at people like Yulinakela Shipindos, your Maria Maris, I'm reminded about why I am doing media today.
Exactly, and we also get to look at the current employees and really what their role is in taking NBC to the future. Of course, while it is important to celebrate the NBC and its achievements over the past 35 years, it is important to also acknowledge those that are currently working to take the NBC to the next 35 years.
This idea of a transformation, really, because we are digitalized now and such. And so what we're going to do right about now is also give you a glimpse of the inauguration of NBC back in the day by the founding father of the Republic of Namibia. And that is 35 years ago. And after that, we continue to interview some of the great people here. Stay with us. Yeah. Who's interviewing? Thank you. Honorable Madila here, and I think what is really important is to take a look at the transformation of NBC. What was the mandate then back when it was first incepted, and has NBC managed to carry out that mandate? Honorable.
Yes, good morning, viewers. Having been the second Minister of Information and Broadcasting, my recollection was 2 things were very outstanding. First, the transition from a SWAPO-led information services to a national information services. That bridge, to build that bridge, was very, very critical for harmony, for the education, entertainment, and the, what was the other item again? Education.
Yeah.
Because that was a very critical time. Some people accepted the change. Some have to learn to accept the change. We have to do certain things, and we were seen as intervening, whilst the matter was to avoid conflict. The government has to set the pace for the future avoidance of conflict in our newborn country.
There is this idea as well that because the NBC is diversified as far as languages is concerned, what's the mandate to sort of create a rubric under which Namibians can come under one roof, united with one voice, and did NBC help implement that idea of diversification in unity?
Now look, the first thing is that one have to recognize that the independence of the media was very, very critical to SWAPO, and SWAPO through elections became actually the government. Now, SWAPO has its own center of power. Now, to fledge that center of power into a national center of power, the state center of power, was very critical. So, I would love to say some people left this country, and some people who stay did not accept the new change. So it was very, very critical that the NBC was used to bridge the differences, to educate people to accept the change. You'll see, for instance, people didn't understand When a motorcade or the president come running with the sirens on, they start saying all slurs and kind of things. The safety of the president was so critical, but to them it's something new. It was something new. And if at all something who didn't want to accept the change caused a critical incident where the president is injured, killed in this, what you call it, it was very critical for NBC to come in to educate the people to accept the new reality.
Of course, again, if you're just making time with us, that's Honorable Madila, the second Minister of Information and Broadcasting. And again, the idea is that NBC was always ensconced in this idea of diversification. Ideally, also, you needed to unify people together. 11 radio stations is a testament to what NBC still stands for. Remember, we are celebrating 35 years of entertainment, 35 years of information, 35 years of educating, and ideally also 35 years of fostering an atmosphere that insists that all Namibians are one under one roof. Stay with us.
Yeah, maybe just to add some little thing about, I didn't actually answer your question.
Yeah.
The struggle for independence, if you look at all the constitutions of SWAPO, there is that paragraph that says that to unite the people of Namibia into one cohesive organization. So the unity of the people of Namibia was very critical. It didn't define whether they were white, black, pink, or what you call it. And that is the goal that SWAPO set itself, that the unity of the people of this country depended on the unity of the people depended on what SWAPO was doing. And the NBC did a very, very effective call in achieving that.
Right. Thank you so much, Honorable, for making time with us. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right. There you go. That is Honorable Madila, the second Minister of Information and Broadcasting. And again, remember, 35 years of educating, 35 years of informing, and 35 years of entertainment. Stay with us as we continue.
Joining us. My name is Rivaldo Kavanga and we're still here at the NBC celebrating 35 years of educating, informing and ensuring that the nation remains updated. Now we're taking a journey back to the past and we're really going back to the first Director General of the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation, and joining me here today is Mr. Nahamu Grolik. Mr. Grolik, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thanks for the invite.
Now taking us back of course to 35 years, can you tell us the journey NBC took from the first inception, from its inception in 1991 to date?
Well, it was an interesting time, a very exciting time. Nothing like it is now. I think we're at that stage, we're all at independence. Everything was new, and there were a lot of question marks of how do we approach it, what do we do. And so we came here and had to start somewhere. So we looked at you know, the whole structure of the organization. We looked at what was the best way to move forward as a public broadcaster, knowing that our role is more important than anything in terms of the information, the education, and the entertainment, and try to transpose it into the new independent Namibia. So those were the big challenges. But we were able to do that. We were able to get good people in, The people that were happy to stay were also very good, and they joined in. So it made it very exciting to be here, to forge a way forward into what the NBC is today.
Exactly. Now, Mr. Grolik, the NBC offers a wide range of programs. I'm sure you're an active listener of some of the NBC programs, whether on television, radio. Can you tell us what program you actively follow?
Well, I've always been a radio person, and television, it was my kind of profession. I was starting out in television and film. So the moving picture was a kind of very much where I was heading. But looking at Namibia and what was needed, and really the access to where most of the population was, radio became the key channel, if I could call it that. And so I listened to news, mainly current affairs and news, and that for me is the important side, just in terms of the information. There's still a lot of music. Some of the music I really enjoy, some of the programs I enjoy, but I tune in mainly around current affairs and news. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Grolik. NBC celebrating, of course, its 35 years of existence in ensuring that we educate, inform, and entertain. We take a quick break and return shortly.
If you're just making time with us right now as we continue to celebrate 35 years of NBC, I think it's important for us to take a look at the leaders that were. So the third Director General of the NBC, Honorable Ben Mulongeni, is here with me. Mr. Ben Mulongeni is here with me. And again, I would like to take a look at it because we are not around this generation now. But what was your experience as the third Director General of the NBC?
During that time, there were discussions in the world about public service broadcaster, to be or not to be. Because there were mushrooming of private stations, and to make it relevant, we have challenge of technology in terms of cameras and modernization, in terms of digitalization. All those things took place at the time I was a DJ. So that's the time when we start discussing of to make it relevant and sustaining itself. We started thinking of a second channel, which in my view was supposed to be a commercial channel, because public broadcaster is a service provider, not really a channel that can make money. That's the problem, is because not everybody understood that.
Right.
Yeah.
And would you then say that NBC was able to carry out that mandate since your tenure to now? Has NBC effectively carried out that mandate?
Absolutely. And this NBC carried out the mandate effectively and efficiently in terms of news coverage and programming. And also the challenge are programs. What is program? Programs are the one make a channel or a TV attractive. Right. Programs are the one selling. Programs are the one attracting marketing. So now we have to acquire relevant program in the world that remember the young people, they want to hear good music. Right. And then private operators, private stations, they were acquiring a lot of good music. But now we have to choose, because this one is a national broadcast. Not every content is allowed to do there, to be broadcast. But those were the challenges. Exactly. And also movies, we tried to introduce African movies. It was during that time, and we scored, because at the time NBC was the only one who was airing African movies. Now before you know it, everybody's hearing African movies.
Exactly, because that is the third Director General of the NBC, Mr. Ben Mulongeni, taking a look at sort of the effectiveness of where NBC started from, where we are now, and the fact that we are indeed fulfilling that mandate. So return, we'll continue with more interviews. Stay with us.
So much for joining us on this auspicious occasion.
Yes, good morning.
Okay, so we know the role of the media, but it's also to control the media freedom in the country. Looking back at 1991 when the NBC started, how would you describe the media freedom landscape in Namibia from then till now?
I can see that there's a great transformation. When we started in 1990, 1991, you can see that press freedom was not that much freely as we are now, and the regulations, because we were coming from the colonial regime that time. But as over the years, you can see that there's proper transformation, and NBC has been doing well, and they've been adhering to the ethics, and overall, we did not really have a lot of complaints that are coming from NBC. If we have to take it, down the lane, when it was established in 1990. Yes. So far we are doing fine, and I think I'm happy to be here and celebrate, NBC's 35 years of, existence.
Definitely. And we've seen this year that Namibia, of course, rised in the World Press Freedom Index ratings.
Yes.
How would you say the NBC's role contributed towards this increase in the Media Press Index?
Yeah, given that NBC, they do conduct themselves, in a proper manner, and they also follow the ethics and the code of conduct, and they, usually, capacitate. I can see that they have young people that are coming in, and these young people, they are taken through the process of, behaving like, journalists and conduct themselves, professionally. So NBC being, a public broadcaster and, leading by example, then definitely, it contributed, because the whole society is, looking at, NBC as a role model, and they are behaving in that, in that manner as a role model. And I hope all the other media houses are following suit.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shiomeka. We are now rushing in to go for the celebrations. Of course, do enjoy the 35 years of NBC, a day, of course, to reflect and look forward to the future.
Thank you so much, and enjoy the day. I will also enjoy the day until tomorrow.
Definitely. Thank you so much.
Okay,
go for a quick break and return shortly.
Okay.
Public Enterprise CEOs Forum, but he's also the CEO at NAMFIS. And again, one would then say, what is the relationship or the link, Mr. Motomola, between the Public Enterprise CEOs Forum and the NBC as a broadcasting body?
Thank you so much. The CEOs Forum is a body that consists of all the CEOs of public enterprises, and you can imagine government created all these public enterprises to deliver services, and therefore as CEOs we have come together to make sure that we help each other to deliver on the very important mandate that we are delivering to the public, so that there is good service delivery to the public. And NBC is a strategic partner that is able to deliver services to the people, like its mandate of educating, entertaining, and so that it can tell the story of all the public enterprises that benefits the public.
Mr. Motomola, is there a sense in which the CEOs Forum specifically sort of then holds these institutions through the office of the CEOs sort of to an accountable standard of procedure?
For sure, as CEOs, as we meet every year, we look at how best can we deliver on our mandate, so that we can be able to assist one another. Firstly, to make sure that our staff are able to deliver. Also, as CEOs, we have better sound policies to help us to do our jobs.
That's Mr. Miguel Motomola, the Public Enterprise CEOs Forum, but he told me in his daily job, he's the CEO at NAMFIS. And again, there has to be a structure that holds CEOs to accountability as far as delivery is concerned. And so when we get back from this, we continue with a few more interviews. Stay with us.
And we're still at the red carpet expecting our guests to arrive and also join us in celebrations of NBC at 35. Joining us now is Mr. Kapika Shavera, who is the former Omorara executive producer and current Okakarara constituency councillor. Mr. Kapika, thank you so much for joining us here today.
Thank you very much. I'm also honored to be here.
So as a former executive producer for a radio station, how important do you see radio in the NBC's 35 years of existence?
Radio is very important. Radio is the voice of the nation. You know that radio reaches over 90% of Namibian population. So radio is very, very important, and it is a very, very useful way of communication, especially within our Namibian society, because it links the urban areas with the rural areas, and especially with the laws and everything. So radio is very important.
And of course, you made that link of linking the urban areas to the rural areas. How important has that been for the NBC's existence in 35 years?
You know that our people was very much left behind, especially in rural areas, and radio plays a very critical role, especially in disseminating information from different levels. So really, radio is really important, it remains important, and especially after the 35 years from now on, radio is becoming very digital and very, very useful.
Mr. Kapika, before I let you go, what is your message to all radio presenters and radio stations of the NBC as we look forward to the next 35 years?
Radio presenters must always remain calm. They must remain visionaries, because we are doing, now I'm part of them, we are doing very important duty, especially in disseminating information to our people. So let us always remain focused, let us always remain transparent, and talk to the people. Radio is the voice of the people. So, and it will always remain the voice of the people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kapika. Do enjoy the 35 years celebrations.
Okay,
we now move over to look at the contributions of the NBC in Namibia's development. We take a quick break and return shortly.
We really contribute a lot because we are entertaining the nation. We inform the nation and we educate the nation.
Yeah. Being the most trusted broadcaster in the country.
A lot actually. NBC is a, public broadcaster. So when the nation goes, NBC goes. So, inspiring educating. Yes, entertaining.
Since it is a voice of the nation, there are some people that are out there in remote areas. When they hear of there's an event, let's say Kasinga Day, obviously they will think of NBC, because when they hear of that, they don't have to worry, because NBC is always there to bring them, to show them what is happening around the world, or on that specific day.
NBC's greatest contribution to Namibia is to inform and educate the Namibian nation.
Informing the nation, definitely informing.
Since we are a vast nation that's spread across, radio has been one of the vast media coverage that our nation rely on.
We contributed a lot, man, in terms of just, disseminating the information, getting the message across to hundreds and thousands of Namibians worldwide. Man, and what else? And we are here to entertain you guys, we are here to inform you guys, and we are here to educate you guys.
It's the voice of the nation. It brings people's stories, it tells people's stories. Yeah.
Thank you. So I would say it has contributed a lot in terms of entertainment. It has made most of the artists popular, and it also brought music to the people. And it has also educated enough in terms of giving out different information on topics, for example, on health. Whenever there are vaccinations, NBC is always on the lookout to announce the dates for immunization, and also for school programs. For example, when the school is starting, when the school is closing, where people can go and enroll for different courses, stuff like that.
For me, it would be a primary source, the audience being the first ones to get information from NBC. So I think that would be.
I think it has been a great contributor to the nation in a way that in most of especially when you interact with the old people, the one that use mostly the radio station or the radio service, whenever if they don't hear anything from NBC, then they don't believe it. They say they wait for NBC, and then they know that is true. Otherwise, other than that, if it's not from NBC, then no, forget about it.
One of the greatest contributions would probably be a 90% coverage of the Namibian nation, like covering spaces and just reaching out to 90% of the population. Yeah, sorry for my juggle of words.
Being able to tell stories and being able to get the ordinary Namibian out there to the fore. I'm an example.
And the NBC birthday celebrations continue here at the NBC headquarters in Windhoek. I am now joined by Ms. Francina Kahungu, who is the former mayor of the city of Windhoek, to just speak to us exactly about the presence of the NBC in Windhoek's development. Mayor Kahungu, how would you describe the work the NBC does towards contributing to the development of the city of Windhoek?
Thank you very much. I'm not going to say happy birthday because this is more than a happy birthday. It's a day to celebrate. I will vividly remember during the year 2020 when I was a mayor of City of Windhoek. It was during the COVID period. The country, inhabitants, has been informed through NBC. It was the time when you needed just to hear good news. NBC was presenting both bad and good, but mainly good. I'm saying NBC has been educating, informing, and entertaining all of us. And up until now, NBC is one of the media platform which you cannot ignore.
And what would your message be to the NBC now that they've been in existence for 35 years, looking forward to the next 35 years?
This is the time when we must look at NBC beyond the word. We have to look at those who made NBC to be NBC. In this specific, I'm referring to employees. What I would like to say is, ladies and gentlemen, keep up the good work. This is the best broadcast or employer which you can be proud of. Please keep on informing us, keep on entertaining us, and I would like you to share a word with the young people that they must use the digital nicely. And also gender-based violence. Continue informing us, continue cautioning us, but let's work together. I am very happy to see that many young people at NBC are growing at various heights. Happy birthday.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kahungu. That was Ms. Francina Kahungu, the former mayor of the city of Windhoek, just sharing her message as the NBC celebrates 35 years. We take a quick break and return shortly.
Patrick mana mevaro?
Oh, Patrick mana aku?
Yaro.
Ngapsa kutu kwanga.
Otwani ngakuruntu nenga ka 35 is a lot of years.
Ando kwa jokana atashubirikan ba hokana.
Yeah.
Nenge onkado na ndo kwa hokan.
What you want?
Atoli mevaro association me umbone.
Exactly. Man, let's take a look at just your experience and how you got to Kati and how that has been so far.
When I started as a sales person.
Yeah.
But because of the experience I have when I was at Omlunga,
yeah.
So I had that passion for radio,
yeah,
just to present. So and I wanted to add value and to make a difference at Kati. So I spoke to Meswama.
Yeah.
I said no, but I can also assist because they didn't have a person in Vento who can actually assist with the OBs.
Right.
Then they said, oh, fine. So that's how I started.
Exactly.
So do my sales work and also assist with programming.
And you do a very specific program on Kati as well, which focuses on old people. What is the mandate of that show? What is really the context of that show?
It's actually looking at the caring of our elders.
Right.
So all the issues that actually pertaining to do with elders and the senior citizens, we encourage them, and also. There are events that actually meant for the senior citizens. So we look at those things and we bring them in actually in the studios.
Right.
We go out, we interview them, and actually it's good feelings. And I'm proud and happy to be the producer and the president of that
show. Exactly. Akutiwa Nonkurupe, Uncle Vince there from Kati FM, Kati Nkupura Pare. Remember, it's 35 years of independence. This means there's 11 radio language stations. That means whatever language you speak, NBC has got it for you. Now, as we continue to entertain, as we continue to educate, as we continue to inform, we ask you to stand by because when we get back, we continue with our interview. Stay with us.
Now joined by Ms. Marina Matundu, who is the former manager of Omurare FM. Ms. Matundu, thank you so much for joining us. Yes, we're now going to talk about the identity of the NBC, the identity that the NBC has shaped in the Namibian nation. Can you please speak to us on that?
Thank you so much for having me. The identity of NBC is a great one because it's leaving a huge mark in the Namibian history, especially when it comes to educating, informing, and entertaining the Namibian nation. You know that NBC went through different programs like development programs that will help the Namibian nation to move and to be transformed in such a way that they really feel proud of their country. And then the language radio stations also came on board. Remember you said I was the former manager of Omurare FM. So it's very important for the Namibian nation or any other audience to be receiving information in the languages that they appreciate. So it became very, very exciting for us as the former managers or the former leaders of the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation to engage in this kind of a transformation. And it's a very exciting day. I feel so honored and humbled to be invited to be part of this wonderful day.
Now, obviously, as a former employee of the NBC, what is one of your proudest moments from back in the day when you were an employee of the NBC?
I would say is that those years in the 2019 and from 2018 to 2019, when we engaged into what we call rebranding of the different radio stations from the old colonial names to the current ones, like Omurare FM used to be known as Oshiherero Radio, Tirelo Tuana used to be, it's now currently Tirelo Yasichaba, and you also know that Rukavango service is now Wato. So it was a really fantastic moment for us to be part of that kind of a transformation, and it really made a huge difference.
And what would you like to see the NBC do in the next 35 years as we move forward?
NBC really has to continue engaging into transforming the nation and preserving the culture and the language of the Namibian nation, and also to make sure that all the programs that are formulated or produced, they bring huge differences in the Namibian nation when it comes to innovation, when it comes to creativity, when it comes to different strategies to solve problems. Because you know the world or life is full of challenges, and we have to have strategies and ways of solving this kind of challenges.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thanks so much for making time for us. That was Ms. Matundu, former manager of Omorare FM, joining us and speaking on the identity the NBC has helped shape. Take a quick break and return shortly.
I'm joined by Mr. Roger Hertz, the CEO of MultiChoice Namibia. And I think what we have seen over the years is the fact that there is this deliberate collaboration between entities of broadcast, MultiChoice Namibia being one of them, as well as the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation. What does that collaboration entail, and how does it benefit both these institutions?
Yeah, no, thank you first and foremost for having us here this morning. I'd also like to take this opportunity to congratulate the NBC on achieving 35 years, and not only achieving 35 years, but successful existence as a public broadcaster here in Namibia. Yeah, for us, collaboration within the broadcasting space is always a big imperative for both institutions, and therefore we have been working very closely over the years. You know that we have the carriage of the NBC 1 and 2 channels on the TV platforms, as well as we are also carrying all of your radio stations on our 2 platforms, DSTV and GoTV. Also, we had been doing some joint productions, and yeah, we are looking forward to continue this strategic relationship, because we do feel that it is strategic. On the one hand, the NBC has got the mandate to communicate, educate, and entertain the nation, whereas ours is a little bit more focused on entertaining, and but we do see working together as a strategic imperative.
Yeah, but it seems to be that the MultiChoice then also opens a pathway to say, look, if you do have locally produced content, as long as it meets an editorial policy, it meets a specific quality, the MultiChoice Namibia specifically then makes provision for those productions to air on those platforms, correct?
Yes, we're excited to share the platform with the NBC and by implication the Namibian public. So as you know, our DSTV service is accessible throughout the length and breadth of our country. Once you have a dish and a decoder, you can actually access the service, and that's exactly the partnership that we've got with the NBC. By bringing this local content onto the channels, we are able to then make it accessible to the public out there, irrespective of where you are in the country.
Exactly. That is Mr. Roger Hertz, the CEO of MultiChoice Namibia. Remember, NBC has been able to cover specific events, or what we're going to do right about now is cross over to the coverage of nature events. But at the same time, remember that we're also coming to you live from all our radio stations, specifically NBC National FM with Madam Desiree Wana in studio. But for now, let's take a look at some of these nature coverage events. Stay with us.
The independence, Namibia's independence celebration.
I would say for me personally, Kasinga Day.
For me, it would be, the two would be Heroes Day and the independence celebrations.
Mostly independence, 26th of August.
Let me say political campaigns during elections.
Do we associate with NBC coverage? The Namibian Annual Music Awards, we've got to bring that back. We have Miss Namibia. We have the State of the Nation Address. We have the Namibian Annual Sports Awards, NASA. Amongst, you know, there's a lot.
Football matches, the OBs. Those are the biggest ones for me, since I'm in the sports department.
I think about the Kasinga. because they always broadcast Kasinga, yes.
President's funerals. 2 presidents' funerals.
The state funeral, the 2 state funeral that we had, the founding father and the former president,
Here celebrating NBC at 35 years, of course, educating, informing and entertaining the Namibian nation. Joining me now is the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Sarah Kohongelo Amadila, joining us at the auspicious NBC celebrations, NBC at 35. Honorable, thank you so much for making time to join us here today. Can you speak to us the importance of the NBC in translating what happens in Parliament to the rest of the Namibian nation?
Yes, thank you very much for inviting me, and happy anniversary to NBC. The importance of NBC as a media institution cannot be overemphasized. We as parliamentarians are elected representatives of our people, so we exercise their sovereignty on their behalf, but democracy requires that the members or represented to participate in what is happening, meaning they are to follow what we are saying so that they have confidence that we are presenting the issues that are challenging them, that we adopt measures that are going to relieve their challenges that they are faced with, and that they are aware of other initiatives that we are bringing up and the status of implementation of those initiatives. So for us, NBC is very, very important in ensuring that we are in constant contact with the people that we represent. And we are hoping that the NBC would continue to fulfill that role with diligence. It would be important for NBC to inform itself, specifically with regards to the procedures that we follow, and to understand the contents of the bills and motions and reports that are tabled in Parliament, so that they can appropriately inform the people that we represent.
Exactly, and fulfill their mandate of educating the Namibian nation.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, we do have the celebrations commencing very soon, but before you leave us, what is your message for the NBC on this 35 years of its celebrations?
Yes, first, that we appreciate what NBC has been. Everything that we have achieved as a nation is on account of the contribution of everyone, including NBC. And we call upon NBC to continue to grow and to follow the evolution of the needs as the sophistication with technology and AI presents new challenges for NBC to be able to overcome those and continue to be what it is to the Namibian people.
Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for making time to join us here today. Let me not hold you up. Enjoy the celebrations of the NBC.
Thank you.
There was the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Sarah Kohongelo Amadila, joining us to just speak on the importance of the NBC in ensuring that democracy is understood across Namibia. We take a quick break and return shortly.
One of the joys of being able to work in a creative space is the fact that you get to meet people that have played a pivotal role in inspiring your work, and I think a gentleman like Obed Mvula has done remarkable work. That if you do not know him, maybe 300 Rocks is what you might have slept in. I was taking a look at sort of your profile picture first of all, and you were with an award-winning actor. You're going to share that, but I'd like us to take a look at sort of your history with the NBC, where it propelled you to, and how that experience has shaped you to become the Obed Mvula that we know now.
I mean, the first part is easy because when growing up, we were watching Sunshine Kids and, all those type of programs. When we go home from school, because I was staying in the hostel, during the holidays, we've been watching Sunshine Kids, we've been watching all these holiday programs. They actually shaped us in terms of being able to see ourselves on the screen, and also giving ourselves license to start to dream and think big. And years later, then I came here to have my first meeting around Katutura. Years before Katutura was even done.
Right.
And we got a letter here that supported us, and 7 years later we did Katutura. And then after that we also did a movie with NBC in partnership with MultiChoice called Is Love Enough. We filmed that in Swakopmund. And it was one of those things where NBC actually enabled us as creatives to become who we are today.
Right.
Because you don't just become a filmmaker, right?
Right.
You have to go through the television channels, and the biggest audience that we have in Namibia is actually NBC.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And so let's take a look at then sort of how that helps you shape that story into a context that Namibians are able to consume, first of all, because the content has to be relatable, but the content also has to speak to these familiar nuances. And so how does that help you shape a story that is easily understandable by the average Namibian?
So I think the most important thing is you have to have the pulse on your finger on the pulse in terms of like what is trending, what are the cultural and the creative sort of elements that you can extract. For us, it was easy to look at Katutura and say everything that is trending is actually trending in Katutura before it gets into the mass market and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So for us, looking at NBC, if you look at, for instance, all the different programs, you get to see the different demographics at play. So when you are creating a product, when you're creating a film, when you're creating a soap or television series, you want to first find out what's already out there,
right?
Before you build it. Because if you look at NBC, you begin to see, number one, news is very, very high in terms of attention. And then you go through the youth programs, etc., etc. So when you click on the youth programs, what are they talking about?
Exactly. Now, in the interest of time, because we need to start with the official program, this is the only gentleman that I know that has got such a crazy eye to detail. That's Mr. Obram Vula, done great work in the Namibian film industry. So when we continue, rather when we come back, we continue with more. Right? Remember, 35 years of celebration, educating you all, informing, but ideally also entertaining you as a third leg. Stay with us. We'll be back.
Yeah, yes to 35 more. Huh?
Yeah, 35 more.
Working to ensure that the NBC achieves its mandate of educating, informing and entertaining. Joining me now is Mr. Ruben Prince, the former CTO of the NBC. Mr. Prince, thank you so much for joining us for the celebrations.
Thank you very much for having invited me.
Yes. So as a former employee of the NBC, what is one of your proudest achievements during your time here?
Well, it's massive. It's big. During our time when I was around, it was a transformation that take us into digital broadcasting. We had a major project where we integrated the whole of television broadcasting from news to TV and to your output at the FCC. We sent a delegation to the UK to go and do a feasibility study to make sure that the whole thing is a fully integrated system. We look about television at the radio side, where we introduced also digital broadcasting to the various studios. During my time here, I can just think back the radio broadcast vans that we brought on, the TV broadcast that we have completely changed into the whole format that is relevant to current broadcasting. And it's amazing to be back home and to be part of the celebration of 35 and realizing that NBC is going miles ahead now. This is very exciting for me to see. Yeah.
Okay. And you've spoken about transformation, and of course we know transformation is important. With every era that comes, the NBC also has to transform. As the NBC looks forward to the next 35 years, what is your message to the NBC in undergoing those transformations that may employ us?
Well, the most important part would be a special part to look at is your transmitter side, for which I was very impressed as serving on the NBC Technology Board Committee, subcommittees. But interesting to see that at least you are now considering moving away from your C-band to KU-band, slightly less cheaper. Although C-band is quite expensive, but it's much more affordable, and KU-band is much more easily available, and it becomes affordable for the NBC. So that's major. It's a good thing, and NBC must just stay on par with what's happening currently. Having listened to the current CTO in terms of the feedback she's giving in our meetings, it's exciting to hear what's happening, and it's nice to embrace all these things. Yeah.
Now, during these interviews and during the morning, we've been speaking about the NBC, but I also want to touch on the employees itself. What is your message to the employees on this amazing achievement of the NBC at 35?
Now, for the employees, who are so many of them, I'm sure, are former friends of me or still friends of me, I'll just say keep going, stay on par, move with NBC. It's exciting. You can see it for yourself. It's happening here, and it's good to be still with those who are still with NBC. You are at a good place. Be assured of that one. You are at a very good place here.
The words of Mr. Prince, we are at a good place. That was Mr. Prince Ruben, the former CTO of the NBC, speaking to us on this auspicious occasion of the NBC at 35. Take a quick break and return.
The independence, Namibia's independence celebration.
I would say for me personally, Kasinga Day.
For me, it would be, the two would be Heroes Day and the independence celebrations.
Mostly independence, 26th of August.
Let me say political campaigns during elections.
Do we associate with NBC coverage? The Namibian Annual Music Awards, we gotta bring that back. We have Miss Namibia. We have the State of the Nation Address. We have the Namibian Annual Sports Awards, NASA. Amongst, you know, there's a lot.
Football matches, the OBs. Those are the biggest ones for me, since I'm in the sports department.
I think about the Kasinga, because they always broadcast Kasinga, yes.
President's funerals. 2 presidents' funerals.
The state funeral, the 2 state funeral that we had, the founding father and the former president, Dr. Hage Geingob.
The independence, and mostly when we celebrate the national holidays like Kasinga Days, the state funerals. We even covered the state funerals of our 2 presidents, our founding father and Dr. Hage Geingob.
Yeah, obviously, because I'm from sports, I would say the COSAFA Championships, which we hosted in 2016.
I would say one of the biggest events that we as sport have covered was Region 5. We were live on all 3 channels at the same time, plus social media. So we were live 4 times at the same time, which was the first time in history that ever happened. So, which was actually last year. So that was one of the biggest events that I can associate myself with in terms of NBC.
Definitely independence, Kasinga Massacre, Heroes Day.
35 years.
Over the past 35 years, most of the
national events were covered by us. All of them, Heroes Day, Independence Day, now recently the Genocide Day, May Day, you name it, we do it.
We really contribute a lot because we are entertaining the nation, we inform the nation, and we educate the nation.
Being the most trusted broadcaster in the country.
A lot actually. NBC is a, public broadcaster. So when the nation goes, NBC goes. So, inspiring, educating. Yes, entertaining.
Since it is the voice of the nation, there are some people that are out there in remote areas. When they hear of there's an event, let's say Kasinga Day, obviously they will think of NBC, because when they hear of that, they don't have to worry, because NBC is always there to bring them, to show them what is happening around the world, or on that specific day.
NBC's greatest contribution to Namibia is to inform and educate the Namibian nation.
Informing the nation, definitely informing.
Since we are a vast nation that's spread across, radio has been one of the vast media coverage that our nation rely on.
We contributed a lot, man, in terms of just, disseminating the information, getting the message across to hundreds and thousands of Namibians worldwide. Man, and what else? And we are here to entertain you guys, we are here to inform you guys, and we are here to educate you guys.
It's the voice of the nation. It brings people's stories, it tells people's stories.
So I would say it has contributed a lot in terms of entertainment. It has made most of the artists popular, and it also brought music to the people. And it has also educated enough in terms of giving out different information on topics, for example, on health. Whenever there are vaccinations, NBC is always on the lookout to announce the dates for immunization, and also for school programs. For example, when the school is starting, when the school is closing, where people can go and enroll for different courses, stuff like that.
For me, it would be a primary source, the audience being the first ones to get information from NBC. So I think that would be
I think it has been a great contributor to the nation in a way that in most of especially when you interact with the old people, the one that use mostly the radio station or the radio service, whenever if they don't hear anything from NBC, then they don't believe it. They say they wait for NBC, and then they know that is true. Otherwise, other than that, if it's not from NBC, then no, forget about it.
One of the greatest contributions would probably be a 90% coverage of the Namibian nation, like covering spaces and just reaching out to 90% of the population. Sorry for my juggle of words.
Being able to tell stories and being able to get the ordinary Namibian out there to the fore. I'm an example.
For 3.5 decades, NBC has stood at the center of the moments that matter most. NBC has remained committed to bringing accurate, timely, and comprehensive coverage to audiences across the country. Through radio, television, and digital platforms, NBC has bridged distances, connected communities, and given a voice to people from all walks of life. Today, as NBC celebrates 35 years of service, it stands as a proud national institution. We celebrate the journalists, producers, technicians, presenters, managers, and support staff whose passion has kept the nation informed for generations. NBC at 35, capturing history, amplifying voices, connecting communities, and telling Namibia's story.
Dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the star, let us make Africa the tree of life.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Distinguished guests, Honorable Sarah Kungelba Amadila, Speaker of the National Assembly. Honorable Ben Amadila, former Minister of Information, Communication and Technology. All ministers, former ministers present, members of Parliament, Mr. Lazarus Jacobs, Chairperson of the NBC Board, all current and former NBC board members and executive management, Menesha Munyo, Director General of the NBC, Mr. Naim Gorlek, former Director General of the NBC, and former Director Generals present, Ms. Nomhle Gangutui, Secretary General, all CEOs of state-owned enterprises, all former and current employees of the NBC, stakeholders, partners, viewers, and listeners, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good afternoon. I just wanted to make sure that you guys are actually awake. This is a celebration. It's a celebration as much as the Speaker of the National Assembly here. I'm sure she also knows how to have a good time, don't you, ma'am? Good afternoon. Welcome to the 35th anniversary celebration of the NBC. My name is Franlyn Thomas. Now today we gather to celebrate 35 years of public service, broadcasting, innovation, nation building, and my favorite, storytelling.
That's right, Friendland. I'm Ilago Shitatala, super excited to be celebrating 35 years of the NBC. Now, it's 35 years of storytelling, which is Friends' favorite, 35 years of educating the nation, 35 years of informing the nation, and 35 years of entertaining. Those are the matters that the youth are mostly always excited about. The NBC has always been an all-in-one institution. And just to give you a bit of context, on the 7th of June in 1991, the NBC's Act was passed under the Namibian Act of Parliament. That is Act 9, and that is in which the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation was established. And it is against that background that the NBC stands strong today as an institution that operates under the law of Namibia.
Now, we are coming to you live from the NBC headquarters here in Windhoek, where distinguished guests, stakeholders and members of the NBC family are gathering for this landmark celebration. Of course, we also want to take the time right now to inform our viewers as well as our listeners, wherever you are in the country and abroad, you can tune in on all our social media platforms, all 11 radio stations, and of course NBC One to listen and view this broadcast. Ilago.
We are here to celebrate 35 years, not just of the NBC as an institution, but primarily the people. Not the people that are working in the building of the NBCs today around the country, but also the people that served the nation through the blue brand, that is the NBC. We are also here to celebrate and also commemorate some of those partnerships that have kept NBC very strong. We are seeing so many of those veteran faces in the crowd, Fredlin.
I have to tell you, I was telling my colleagues a bit earlier, when I joined the NBC, I was 20 years old. My colleagues were making fun of me as we were planning this production because I had the most ugliest Reebok-ish, but I think they were fake, techies, and these absolutely ugly big bag jeans and a very old NBC jacket and an NBC hat. But I showed it to them to show them just how far not only I have come, because I've been now with the corporation for 30 years, so the NBC is merely 5 years older than me. And so, looking at some of our colleagues here, in Afrikaans they say, you know, it's really, it's so heartwarming to see some of the colleagues that I've worked with years ago. Some of the political analysts that now serve also somewhere that I've interviewed on Good Morning Namibia, on television news at 8, Mr. Bob Kandetu. Such a pleasure to see you. So please, everybody feel welcome, and also welcome home.
Indeed, welcome home. Fran, you speak about joining the NBC 30 years ago. That was in 1996.
Yeah.
I joined the NBC in 2016. So
Wow.
that's 20 years after you.
So I'm much, much older than you.
But I think that is the representation that we are also trying to show you all here today.
Yeah.
That's Fran, the furniture. That's what we call her.
Vintage.
Vintage oak wood, I would say. And myself, of course, representing the new generation of the NBC.
All right. Now, as we all know, in Namibia, we do start things in the right way. To officially open today's program, we invite Anglican Bishop Patrick Julume to lead us into prayer.
A round of applause for Bishop, please.
Directors of proceeding, our Honorable Speaker of National Assembly, Dr. Sarah Kwangerwa Madila, our Director General, Meme Minesia, and Board Chairperson, Tate Lazarus. Let me stand to the protocol as been established. It is a great privilege to join you as you celebrate 35 years of the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation today. And today is not merely an anniversary, it is a Thanksgiving service for a remarkable journey of service to the Namibian nation. As a priest, allow me not just to run to the prayer. Let me also comment what I see and what I saw through NBC, in short, related it to the scripture. The prophet Jeremiah addressed people living in a certain time. They have found themselves in exile, far from home, wondering how they could remain faithful and useful. God's instructions was surprising. Seek the welfare of the city. In other words, work for the common goods, build the community, create hope, promote peace, contribute to the well-being of all people. For 35 years, the NBC has sought the welfare of Namibians, and undoubtedly, science independence, the NBC, with its little mini resources at its disposal, has managed to inform citizens educate community, entertain family, preserve languages, connected rural and urban population, and provide a platform through which Namibians can see themselves, hear their stories, and participate in the life of the nation through radio services, televisions, and now digital platform. Under God's guidance and providence, the NBC has become a companion in a moment of celebrations and a crisis, in election, in national commemoration, in sporting triumph, in national tragedy, in news and current affairs, in religious and traditional matter, as well as in business and entrepreneurial sectors. The NBC mandate goes beyond broadcasting. It is about national building. It is about strengthening democracy through access to information. It is about fostering unity in national rich culture, language, and tradition. It's about ensuring that every Namibian, whether in Windhoek, Katima Muriro, Opuo, Rudret, or remote villages, has access to the information that empower and uplift. Today, we honor those who laid the foundations of this institution. We remember former ministers. We remember former board members, director general, journalists, producer, technicians, presenters, administrators, and support staff who dedicate themselves and help shape the NBC into the institution where it is today. We celebrate those who came before us and those who continue to work together, and today also. As this anniversary gather has rightly recognized, this is both a celebration and the reunion of generation who have contributed to the NBC growth and transformation. Thank you very much. Director of Proceeding, my brother and sister in Christ. As people of faith, we recognize that institutions thrive when remain committed to values. An institution can go ahead when people are together. Truthfulness, integrity, accountability, fairness, and the service must remain at the heart of public broadcasting if they are working together. In era marked by misinformation, era marked by division, era marked by rapid technology change, the work of responsibility journalism and the public communication is more imperative and important ever if NB staff they are working together. Apostle Paul reminds us in Philippians 4, verse 8, to focus on whatever is true, whatever is fact. Journalism should produce and preach the fact. Honorable, justice, pure, and commendable. This value should continue to guide NBC as it enters the next chapter of its journey. Lastly, by God's grace, I will invite all people to help NBC in whatever case. Even the church, we should help NBC. Any investment given to NBC, that in investment, it is investment which is given to the citizen. It is an investment of national unity. It is an investment in education, development, democracy, and social cohesion. When we strengthen institutions like this, the services of the public, we serve the whole Namibian. Through the blessing and the providence of Lord God Almighty, as the NBC look forward and toward the future, may it continue to innovate, adapt, and expand its riches. It expand its broadcasting even beyond Namibia. May it remain a trust voice in our nation. It may remain a voice of the voiceless. May it continue to serve the whole Namibia and abroad, to connect community, tell Namibian story, and inspire future generations. And all this triumph, work, and victory will only be achieved if the NBC staff working together for one common goal. Let us give thanks to Almighty God for 35 years of faithful service and the prayer for wisdom, courage, inspirational work, provision for the years ahead, laying ahead of NBC. Shall we pray? Gracious God, we thank you for the 35 years of service rendered by Namibian Broadcasting Corporation. It was not easy. Through trials and tribulations, here we come celebrate this achievement for 35 years. We thank you for all who have contributed to its growth, to its success. Bless its leader. Bless former and the current Director General. Bless former employees and the current employees. Bless the partners. Bless the government who day to day make sure that NBC, it is there and its functions. Bless also the stakeholder. Grant them wisdom, integrity, creativity, and perseverance. Provide them resources necessary for NBC to continue fulfilling its mandate to inform, educate, entertain, and unite the people of Namibia. Bless also our nations and all those who reserve these services and all who work for its welfare and development through Jesus Christ our Lord. And the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be upon all of us as we celebrate this achievement and the great anniversary of 35 years of NBC. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you so much, Bishop, for that inspiring message and prayer. Our next speaker requires little introduction. Now, I told you I joined the NBC about 30 years ago, and I actually started out as a reporter, and I worked from home in the south, covering the Great Xaras region. And I remember the first time I saw her. She was seated in the newsroom, and I was a bit starstruck because this is the lady I've always just seen on television accompanying especially the then founding president around the country and around the world. Now, Namibia has made so many great strides when it comes to female empowerment. Was it about 2 years ago? Ironically, me and Ilago were also masters of ceremony at the Nalafem event when the now President of the Republic of Namibia was a guest speaker. And Manesha Munyo was the one who also interviewed her during that event. Now, when NBC was 5 years old, at its 5th celebration, there was a journalist, a female journalist, that remarked that at the time, the top management back in the day was not fully representative of women within the corporation. And I'm sure Manesha Munyo will know that, Umbi Karuaye Upi will know that, but that has certainly changed, just like things have changed in our country today when it comes to women representation. The future indeed is female, but we still do take in consideration the boy child. You are not left behind. So it gives me the utmost pleasure and the utmost honor to introduce to you the Director General of the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation, Manesha Munyo, who continues to lead the organization through a period of growth, innovation, and transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my Director General, Manesha Munyo.
Thank you very much, my colleagues, Fran and Elago. Fran said she started 1996. Elago said she started 2016. And I started in 1990, when the country became independent. The leadership then was looking for young potential journalists to go elsewhere and train them to come and assist in shaping the country's landscape when it comes to the media and related content. So I was one of those who can remember, I think November 1990, over 2,000 of us applied for that bursary. Then they took 500. Out of 500, they took 25. And then from 25, they took 5. I was in that group. And there are still people that were part of that panel. I was a young teacher then, and I remember about, I think, 2 questions still. I don't forget them. They go down there. One of them was, you were a young teacher and you were doing so well, and now you want to leave the students. I told the panel that, yes, at the moment, I'm teaching at a classroom level and a school level, but should I become a successful student who will be sent to school, I'll be teaching at national level. And since then, I've been around. I'll go to school and then come work for holidays. This has become home. It's the old furniture. Okay, now back to this. Board chairperson, Tate Lazarus Jacobs, and all the current board members, through you, may I welcome our nation's National Assembly Speaker, Honorable Dr. Sarah Nanjila Kugongelwa Amadila. I saw it and I thought somebody will come. That's the familyhood at the NBC and how we are working. I didn't want to do it. Thank you very much, Tosi. And in absentia, our MICT minister is to join us. Let me also welcome her in advance. And then we go to, it's such a big group of our leaders, of our colleagues across the board, but I'll try and mention some. But if you have not been mentioned, please bear with us. So there is a special welcome that has gone to the minister who is joining us. Then we also want to thank our Anglican Church Bishop. Julume is always there when we run and say last minute, thank you for the blessings. And then we go to the minister, former Minister of Information and Broadcasting, that's Tate Amadila, who has always been there for us. You know, this event was arranged on short notice. For those who may know, this is my 3rd month in the job, but we have to make things work. So thank you very much, Tate Amadila and Madam. We also want to thank all the ministers that were there before. We know that we have Dr. Pea Mushelenga, Tate Chekero Twea. The list is really long. We welcome you. Then we go to former directors general. I'll start with Tate Naim Golik, because he's our speaker today. Thank you so much. And all other former DGs, Tate Kandetu, Mr. Munyama. Some of them even told me they, like the deputy's assistant, the acting directors general, they wanted to come, like Mr. Kovasep. It's a number of them. We also have Mrs. Boyce. Please welcome. When your name is not mentioned here, we're just trying to cut on the time. And then the next team is now that of my former colleagues, my former leaders, our CEOs. We have a spokesperson for the public enterprises, SOEs then, representative, not a spokesperson, but he will represent us today. You are welcome. It's a whole team, really, like what I was saying. So to go back now to the gist of what brought us here, it was already mentioned. Most of the time, when some of us resign, retire, or just go for greener pastures, they hardly come back. And this is their home. They started this. We're working in the path that they created for us. So we were saying, why can't we just have a moment? It's 1 hour, probably 2 hours. Get everybody back. Say thank you for having given us those. You gave us the baton to carry forward with. You took us through the ropes, and we cannot forget that. So that's why we say, let's come together. And also one reason is to look where we came from. 1990. Some people are talking of TV Moore Street, somewhere at the radio center. And then 1992, we came here. What was there? Those old typewriters, those computers, those big cameras. So, but today when you look at it, I'm even using talking notes, using a phone. So, but before things have really changed. That's what I want to say. We have grown. Our radio stations have grown. Our TV channels are there, and we continue to grow. Our people have grown. You know how many people NBC has produced or grown? When you look nationwide, most of the entities, their faces there, they carry a hidden brand of the NBC. When you look broader, we have people who have become members of parliament. I don't want to mention them, but you know that Tatea Mutse, for example, was a reporter with me. We have people really who have become diplomats. They are called, I think, ministers, councillors or so. You think about Betha Makalidem, Mabelin Sabata, Jackie Hinjo. It's a whole really crop of what we have produced for the nation. And then you go to businesses, even starting with our own board chairperson. You go to Irene Simeon Kurz. If you pass USACOS, you have the engine. I don't want to go there because then I'll be marketing. And you have DJ Reminds. It's a whole, and the Tuli Meo Kapanda, Tuli line. These are businesses. I don't even want to talk about the broadcasters, the technicians, the presenters. As we speak now, we do what is called simultaneous translations. It was never there. But when we started it seemed so easy. But for years, sometimes you try to figure out something. All the language services, they get the same message at the same time. Our radio services, they are now moving to what is called virtual radio, because we talk about convergence. We have grown television and radio for the most part, but now the world has moved digital. We're talking about cyber world, cyber security, everything within it, AI. So we are busy also featuring, so the next level, where do we see ourselves as broadcasters, as an institution, social media issues. And we look not only at content production, we look at revenue generation. Yes, I do believe that we belong to the shareholder. We are supposed to be supported subsidy-wise 100%. But we are not the only one. There are competing interests. And when that happens, what must we do? We have to think, because they are great thinkers. People are creative. Some of us, sometimes we have reached the limit. We are told that it's your imagination. There are many opportunities. Things are unfolding. Just like when we started with analog, and then we came to DTT. Today we boast 74.5% of network reach, and radio FM is reported to be at 78. But after what is called the new technology, DTH, we are supposed to cover 100% of that. I'm mentioning this to say at times things may look difficult, but it's only because you haven't tried that. And the good thing is, all this that must be done is in our hands. We have all our former directors general. We have all our former ministers. We have our CEOs. We are supposed to collaborate. And hopefully I'm not really abusing the time, but I made a call already. All SOEs, we belong to the same shareholder. We are supposed to hold hands. All of you must sign up 3-year memorandum of understanding so that we can work together. We can promote your services that the nation needs to see or hear and follow, because the platforms that are reachable, the footprint is there. At the same time, we appreciate other media colleagues, because this country is of pluralism. No wonder Namibia has always been winning first and second in Africa when it comes to media freedom. It's because we have a variety of where we can get your information. So we must really work together. All of us don't have enough budget, but you do have a small one for your marketing. And we are here to help one another. It's not really for a personal matter. So, and then also international organization, please expect us. We are coming because we must continue to benchmark. As much as we have done very well in terms of information dissemination, we still have broadcasting infrastructure that must be up to that level where it needs to be. I know that countrywide, there are always concerns, and people now call me directly. They will tell me, no, our radio stations are off. Erongo region, Oshozonjupa, even Omaheke. We are aware of some regions in the northern part of Namibia. We are aware of this. We're just trying to tweak, where do we start? We tackle this step by step. And when I was also thinking about what to come and talk about, I was really thinking, okay, we invest in content, news and programs, but at the end of the day, the program doesn't go out because our transmitters are not working. And we cannot reach transmitters because we need a helicopter. I thought about Mr. Munyama when he was a Director General. He will tell us to say, you need a newscopter. And that newscopter was probably not only to help us go out in the morning, like now you see the traffic on the road. It was hopefully going to take us to those mountainous areas. We still thank the police, the NDF, and all those private partners who help us. So I'm just mentioning that I am coming with my team. We will be working together. We cannot only look at the government alone. I do believe, and there are people who always tell me, no, government must give you 100%. Fortunately, probably I grew up with government. In 1990, I saw it all. I saw all the planning most of the time. And I'm also aware the budgets, they are there. I'm sure that if they have the budget, they will give us, because why don't you give it to us if we are covering the country nationwide? And then I'm also saying, as of May, last May, we can now say we have dedicated news crews in all 14 regions of the country. 6 of them, they had to depend on other centers. And you know the distance. Some of the events are not planned. You know how news works. So you go, it's a long trip. Sometimes it's true because of dwindled subsidies, we may not have immediate cash. And I think sometimes this is also not well understood. Some people will say, no, but you are supported by the government. There is a limitation. And the day-to-day, we need cash flow that is really great for our teams to receive a call now and drive to any place in the country. So we are happy that we have those teams. They are in the regions. They do not have all the tools, but we decided to say, if you have your phone now, because we have to replace those notebooks and pens we used in the olden times. All our teams now, they need a smartphone, they need Wi-Fi, pocket Wi-Fi, they need a laptop. They don't have that. That's why I'm saying I'm coming. Please be part of supporting the broadcasting and digital content consumption in Namibia. And you know, as we continue to talk, I was only supposed to really welcome you all, but I cannot just go without doing it. And you know, when you are appointed anywhere, you have a contract. And I'm saying it, I don't need to hide it because everybody appointed, you have a performance contract. And that contract talks about the mandate of the NBC. We cannot talk about the mandate of the NBC if we don't have a dedicated team in Kunene, if we don't have a dedicated team in Hardab. Who's going to cover that? And also to cover that content, your infrastructure must be up to standard. Because this is no longer like in the olden times when we used to have those big tapes. Just a break. We'll come back in a moment to you. Thank you so much. So I was saying that in the olden times, we will go with a big tape. I will cover the founding president and father of the Namibian nation in any country in the world. But by then, I must find DHL to send the tapes to Namibia. There was no time to say like we do now, digital content, picture, you send it. And then you have to send it to telex and it must come here. And those who knew how founding president worked, let his soul really rest in peace, you don't have the time. Once he's done, you go to the next thing. And if he thinks that you are done, you go to the next country. So you have to ensure that you send your report to telex, for radio, television. Sometimes you are interviewed. You must be in the hotel room or somewhere to speak via the telephone. So nowadays, things have really changed, but they also cost a little bit of money. For us to fulfill the mandate, we really, I'm not begging, I'm telling what is really on the table. We really cannot do this alone. We must do it as a team, and we are ready to do it for you. So I can tell you now that we are ready for the future. The young people have done very great. We have, for example, the first ever digital show that is already the first episode went. It's called Desert Crimes. Please go watch it. We'll try and promote it. And when you hear how it was produced, it's no longer those big cameras, many people. It can be done by few people, 2 people or so, the show is done. With that, please welcome once again. And then also thank you very much to all our listeners across the country. We always say, without the listeners, just like it's the case without stakeholders, NBC does not exist. You are our news sources. You also have to listen to what we are saying so that you can make informed decisions as part of our mandate. And I almost forgot one thing. Do you remember that our radio stations had colonial names? I'm not sure whether Mr. Mushitu Mukwame is here, but these were changed to relevant names. For example, we had Oshierero radio station, and when it was called Oshierero, some people, especially from Ovabanderu side, please don't tell them, they will call me and say, where are we when you say this is Oshierero? So we had to come up with a name to say, Omurari Wonjivithirombaranga, Ondenga Podongwao, Oishavari Punjieripo. That's how the names came. And these, they go with all other stations. A lot really has been done. It's not only today, and when we did it, it was crawling work. That's why when you look at people like Mr. Golik there, Mr. Kandetu, at time Dr. Mulongeni, all the teams that have been there, Miss Yvonne Boyce, Mr. Matthew Kovasep, Tate Kanime, Mr. Stanley Simata, and my own boss who just left and prepared me to take over, Mr. Similo. All these leaders, they prepared us. At a time, sometimes you will not understand. And I'm not even talking about our executives and editors. When they talk about something, you can't, they say, no, go and do it over and over, but you think they give challenges or problems to you. But little sometimes will you know that today you will be leading the teams, and they are still here to support us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Director General of the NBC, Manesha Munyo. You can clearly see she's in the business of communications, isn't it? And broadcasting. I was talking to a former colleague of mine earlier, Alex Shimofeni, the current statistician general, and he was making a joke. He said, hey, Fran, it's not only the 35th birthday anniversary of the NBC, it's also actually a reunion, which is very true. Because I haven't seen Tuna Willem in such a long time, so it's so great to see how grown she is. So the reason why I said that in particular is because of the following. A lot of our colleagues who have left, who are no longer here, always say one thing whenever they leave. They do not always miss and appreciate the pressure under which we worked, the hours that we've worked, how long the cameraman used to stand in the sun to cover independence. But a lot of the things, that mattered too, but one of the things that they would always talk about and that they miss the most is the people that they've worked with. And it's actually very unfair that my colleagues allowed me to do this following. Because having been here for 30 years, we've lost quite a couple of colleagues that we've worked with. And so we want to take this time just to remember them with a minute of silence. If we could stand, please. Thank you. We now take a moment to remember and honor the following colleagues who are no longer with us, but whose dedication, service, and contributions helped shape the NBC we know today.
The names presented in this tribute represent colleagues whose records were available at the time of production. Please note that despite extensive efforts to ensure completeness, some names may have been unintentionally omitted. NBC extends its deepest respect to all departed colleagues who contributed to the growth of the corporation over the past 35 years. Their legacy remains an enduring part of our history. For 35 years, the story of the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation has been written by many hands, told through many voices, and sustained by a passion for public service. As we celebrate this milestone, we pause to remember the colleagues who are no longer with us, men and women who helped build this institution and shaped its journey. They were our producers: Matthews Walubita, senior producer, Lozi FM; John Debuho, producer, TV News and Current Affairs; Rebecca Elifas, producer, Kati FM; Valinaka, producer, Eka Radio; Eileen Whittaker, senior producer, Hartlop FM. Their voices continue to echo through the halls of NBC and memories of listeners across the nation.
Ngwele ndi musikisi wa yalimbo bandu kaputu pange wandi mukara pamwe.
Ngane tsekamsa kupnya drami tata kupngachi arami tata baguriran answape kry bekore
Dis 'n goeie dag en baie welkom aan professor André Jean Tuttemeyer wat dan vandag bei uns kuier.
Mai begrüßen zu können. Mein Name ist Lucia Ngombe und im Studio bin ich hier mit dem Künstler und
Tatsila Hompeno Kinaka Mahela Bohosi Joseph Halakad.
My name is Ben Kamachi, and my guest, as usual, is our well-known historian, Mr.
The International Day in Support of Victims of Torture is an occasion to underscore the internationally recognized right of all men and women.
Their faces will be remembered even though they no longer grace our TV screens.
Good evening and welcome to the news at 8 with me, Ellen Adonis, alongside Nanda Shipahu, your sign language interpreter for tonight.
Of upcoming local artists in the music industry, I think the public is going to find it really tough to vote for this year's best newcomer.
On Afro Connection, you'll be swinging your hips and of course tap your feet to, I'm talking about 100% reggae.
President Sam Nujoma has, on behalf of the government, congratulated United States President.
Adam Witboy, George Chikongo, Nico Nakale, Eddie Ineos. Beyond the voices on air and the faces behind the cameras, NBC has also been carried by many dedicated colleagues whose work often happens away from the spotlight. Lorenzo Davies, Accounts Manager, Commercial Services; Alfred Chaduko, Spot Factory Assistant; Thomas Shikale, Messenger Finance; Innocentia Wachika, as a cleaner, dies the 26th of March 2025. As we honor those who were once among us, we also remember the leaders who guided the NBC through the years. To some, their presence may have been most visible in the credits, but to those on the inside, their vision and leadership left a lasting mark. Leaders such as Cornelia France, former board chairperson, Daniel Danny Chongarero, our former Director General.
In continuous consultation with the NBC must be seen as giving concrete expansion to the objective of empowerment.
Maria Napaya Indongo, Head of Content Hub.
So I think from our side we are ready, NBC.
Former Chivorongo Regional Manager, Manager TV Specialist Programs, former Manager Damranama Radio, Teresia Mide, former Regional Manager Ka Radio, Joseph Garweb, former Manager Damranama. Though they may no longer walk these halls, their contributions remain woven into the fabric of NBC. Their work and commitment continue to inspire those who follow in their footsteps. Today, we honor their memory, celebrate their legacy, and thank them for the part they played in the story of NBC. They may be gone, but they will never be forgotten. As NBC marks 35 years of broadcasting, we remember our departed colleagues with gratitude and respect. May their souls continue to rest in peace.
tears. We're now going to cross over to Michael Pauls with this beautiful song, I Remember.
Can we start again, please? Thank you. The truth is I'm empty without you, yeah. Pictures in your room, your favorite lucky shoes. It's all that's left, yeah. Gotta let you go, even when it hurts me more. Here's my promise. I remember the smile on your face. I remember the way you said my name. Just hit me. I've been so lucky. Very few in this life can say they knew you like I did. Pictures in your room, your favorite lucky shoes. Oh, there's a love. Gotta let you go, even when it hurts me more. Here's my promise. I remember the smile on your face. Put your hands together. We celebrate you. We want to thank you. Put your hands together, guys. We're celebrating people. We want to thank you. We celebrate you. I remember the smile on your face. And I remember the day you said my name.
Well, that was Michael Pauls with that performance that was titled I Remember, really helping us reflect and think about those memories that we have shared with those that once worked alongside us at the national broadcaster. I always find it very difficult to move on from a moment like that, but because it's the nature of life, we have to keep things going. But most importantly, as we mourn, we must also celebrate the good that they left behind. We must celebrate the fact that they were once part of the organization that we proudly, especially me, boast about today. Now, the Southern African Broadcasting Association, shortened SABA, is a prominent regional media body comprising the national public broadcasters from the 14 member states of the SADC region, and it's headed by our former Director General of the NBC, that is Mr. Stanley Sibilo. SABA provides leadership, advocates for public service media. It also drives content sharing, technology development, professional journalism, and it is now my distinguished honor to welcome the SABA Secretary General, that is Ms. Nomhle Kangoti. Ms. Nomhle Kangoti will really be speaking about SABA as an institution and how NBC has been forming part of this institution. May we please give her a round of applause, and to perhaps help lighten the mood, can we continue clapping until she reaches the podium? Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Nomhle, as I was introduced. I'm a bit emotional after this video, but I am representing the Southern African Broadcasting Association, and it is a great honor to be here today, and I will be reading my speech because I'm afraid I might be lost in. It is a great honor to stand here today and to celebrate 35 years of the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation, a beacon of hope, of information, education, and an entertainment hub. Over the years, our profession has played a pivotal role in shaping public discourse and empowering communities through reliable and impactful storytelling. Today, I want to emphasize a vital truth, and it is time that Africa tell her story through her journalists. Our continent is rich with stories of resilience, innovation, and hope. Stories that deserve to be told by Africans for Africans. Our voices and perspectives must be at the forefront of shaping how the world perceives Africa's journey towards sustainable development. As media professionals, we are not just conveyors of news. We are educators, we are advocates, we are the catalyst for change. Our stories have the power to inform, inspire, mobilize communities towards achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goals, in short, the SDGs, which include eradicating poverty, ensuring quality education, addressing climate change, and promoting peace and justice. Through documentaries, talk shows, news and sport reports, and social media content, we bring global issues to local communities, making them relatable and actionable. It is our responsibility, therefore, to ensure that the message of sustainable development reaches every corner, empowering individuals and communities to participate actively in shaping their futures. I'm pleased to say the UN and the SABA partnership is taking off. We are in a partnership. Menesha Munyo will probably touch on that later. It is kicking off, and Namibia and Eswatini, they are already implementing concrete work plans, while Zambia is in the final stages of finalizing their concept note on a very exciting project that is coming up very soon, while Zimbabwe has submitted their ideas for SDG-focused soft documentaries. Meanwhile, we are actively engaged in a radio training project aimed at exploring how national broadcasters can collaborate more effectively with community radios. At the current moment, we're busy with a documentary with a mother that is in the far north of Kaokoland that is sending her child with a little piece of root from a special tree in Opuo, where they chew that root so they don't stay dehydrated. And in the far outskirts of Bulawayo, there is a mother who's having a child that is living with albinism that cannot afford specialized creams, so they need the baobab tree fruit oil to help with their delicate skin. So these are the type of stories we want to bring out so that we can also show that we've got potential both economically and socially. Africa's narrative has too often been shaped by external voices. So it is time for us journalists and content creators to take charge of our stories. When we tell our stories authentically, we challenge stereotypes, we highlight our successes, and we then address our unique challenges with honesty and integrity. May I please? This is essential for fostering pride, resilience, and informed participation across societies. Platforms like the African Free Trade Area Secretariat, in short, the AFTAs, are crucial in fostering economic integration and regional growth. Media has then the crucial role in demystifying the AFTAs, explaining its benefits, and also in addressing misconceptions. When our communities understand the opportunities available through the AFTAs, they are empowered to advocate for policies supporting sustainable growth and regional cooperation. And in conclusion, we are celebrating our journey for the past 35 years. Let us reaffirm our commitment to harnessing the power of the media for good. Let us continue to educate, let us continue to inspire and empower our communities towards the realization of the SDGs and the full potential of platforms like the AFTAs. Together, as media professionals, we hold the key to transformation, awareness into action. It is time Africa tell her story, authentic, compelling, and unapologetically hers through her journalist. Let us embrace the responsibility with dedication. May I please share with you a quote that never left me by Ruth Mumbi. She's a Kenyan journalist and a human rights advocate. She says, "Our stories are our strength. As women journalists, we tell stories of resilience, resistance, and hope." I thank you, obrigado, asante sana, okuneno kuhepa. Long live the enduring and unwavering spirit of Sari Khwakhus, long live. Long live the resilience of Riko Shoshombonde, the inspiration and colorful spirit of Joanna Shiveola, Niko Nakale, the soft and courageous spirit of Mwala Mushila and Kaomo Shombonde. Long live the unwavering and Pan-Africanist spirit of Oisa Korachap, elegant spirit of Miriam Lukoro. Long live those who came before us. Their sacrifices and their dreams, their unwavering dedication have paved the way for us to stand here today. We honor their legacy and celebrate the journey they have forged. Happy anniversary, NBC. May their spirit continue to inspire us and build a brighter future. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nomkle Kangotwi. Now, under SABA, the NBC has been producing a television program called The Eye on SADC and a radio program called SADC 360. This program is produced locally as a compilation of stories that are provided to the NBC by all the other SADC member states. And this program is also broadcast in these countries. I had an experience where on my social media I started receiving messages because I was presenting the television program Eye on SADC at some point, and I would often receive messages such as, "Oh, we're watching you from Eswatini, we're watching you from Zambia," and that is really what partnership does, especially with the NBC under SABA. Well, now, looking at partnership, the next guest will really be speaking on that aspect because the NBC falls under the public enterprises. And as the Director General mentioned, this is very important because we all fall under one shareholder. There is a saying that I like to often use. If you want to go far, go together. If you want to go fast, go alone. But here's the thing with going fast. If you go fast, you will crash. So it is always important to go together. And this is why our Director General, Madam Menesia Mwinyo, was really emphasizing on the importance of collaboration and partnerships. Please welcome Mr. Kenneth Matomola, who is the CEO of NAMFISA, as well as the current treasurer of the Public Enterprises CEOs Forum. And may we continue clapping until he reaches the podium? I'm not hearing the claps. If you feel you're using a lot of energy, don't worry, we will replenish it. We have a lot in store for the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Sarah Kukongelwa, the Speaker of the National Assembly, and the board chairperson of NBC, Mr. Lazarus Jacobs, the Director General of NBC, Ms. Menesia Mwinyo. Please allow me to stand on the protocol that has been established. Good afternoon, and it's very difficult for me to deliver this message on behalf of the public enterprise following some tributes of many that have departed. Some are very close family of mine. And seeing them on the screen, it becomes a little bit difficult. But be it as it may, I have a task at hand to deal with. Allow me first and foremost to congratulate the board, management, staff, and all those who have contributed to the NBC's remarkable journey over the past 35 years. This achievement is indeed a true testament to your dedication, resilience, steadfast commitment to serving the people of Namibia. As we celebrate this milestone, it is fitting to acknowledge the visionary leadership that guided NBC throughout its existence. In this regard, we pay tribute to our national leaders, all our former presidents, and Her Excellency President Netumbo Ndaitwah, the cabinet ministers who overseen the information and broadcasting portfolio over the years, whose contribution laid a strong foundation for development of the public broadcasting in our country. Indeed, we are indebted to their foresight, dedication, nation-building efforts, in particular, notably, the contribution to the advancement of this important sector of information and broadcast. Equally, we commend the various boards of directors who served NBC over the years for strengthening governance, providing strategic direction, and facilitating the growth and sustainability of our national broadcaster. Also, we recognize the immense contribution of Director Generals, from the founding Director General, Naham Golik, to the current Director General, Ms. Menesia Mwinyo. We celebrate an organization that has been at the heart of Namibia's democratic journey serving as a trusted source of information, education, and entertainment for generations of Namibia. I wish to urge our shareholder. I heard here we have only one shareholder, the government of the Republic of Namibia, to continue supporting NBC so that it can further strengthen its service delivery mandate and reach every corner of our vast country. Access to reliable and accurate information should not be determined by the geography. And NBC must be empowered to serve all Namibians equally. As we look to the future, we encourage NBC to continue embracing its national mandate across television, radio, digital platforms, ensuring that it remains relevant to the rapidly evolving media landscape. We further, at the Public Enterprise CEO Forum, encourage the NBC to create and strengthen platforms that promote youth development, innovation, entrepreneurship, and talent in alignment with the priorities of the 8th administration and our collective vision of empowering the next generation of Namibian leaders. While today we celebrate 35 years of achievement, we must also look ahead with ambition and optimism. May the next decades of NBC's journey be characterized by greater innovation, broader reach, technological excellence, continued public trust. Let the future of the NBC contribute to positioning Namibia among the leading nations in broadcasting and public communication on the African continent and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, the nation's building project is relevant today as it was at independence in 1990. Therefore, NBC is best placed to play a catalytic role in ensuring the unity of the Namibian people. On behalf of the Public Enterprise Forum, I extend our heartfelt congratulations to the NBC on reaching this remarkable milestone. We wish you continued success as you carry forward the important responsibility of informing, educating, entertaining the Namibian nation. Furthermore, NBC is a strategic public enterprise. Please note that the Public Enterprises CEOs Forum and its membership will soon engage you to work out practical modalities on how we can better communicate and inform the nation on the success stories emanating from our sector, the public enterprises. With these few remarks, thank you so much, and thank you for your kind attention.
Established in 1991, shortly after independence, NBC evolved from the former Southwest Africa Broadcasting Corporation to become the country's national public broadcaster. Over the past 3.5 decades, NBC has informed, educated, and entertained millions of Namibians through its television, radio, and digital platforms. The broadcaster has played a critical role in covering national elections, state events, sporting achievements, cultural celebrations, and major historical moments.
Dit is die Afrikaanse diens van Radio Suidwes-Afrika.
Radio Ambo Mulonga Suidwes-Afrika. Wakawango ku Radio Suidwes-Afrika.
Programma Dietadere.
You're switched on to the English service of Radio Southwest Africa.
With radio services broadcasting in multiple local languages and television reaching audiences across the country, NBC has helped connect communities and promote national unity. As it celebrates 35 years of service, NBC reflects on its rich legacy while embracing new technologies and innovations to meet the evolving needs of audiences in the digital age. NBC remains committed to serving the nation.
Now, as we are continuing to celebrate 35 years of the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation, we are also doing that with our counterparts from outside the country. We have an insert that is a message from the Acting Director General of the ZNBC, Ruben Kayakoto. Let's take a look at that one quickly.
On behalf of the Director General, management and staff of the Zambia National Broadcasting Corporation, ZNBC, I am honored to extend our heartfelt congratulations to the Namibia Broadcasting Corporation, NBC, on the occasion of its 35th anniversary. For over 3 decades, NBC has stood as a shining example of public service broadcasting, delivering quality programming and serving the people of Namibia with distinction. At ZNBC, we take particular pride in our long-standing partnership through the Eye on SADC program, a flagship regional platform that NBC has so far ably hosted and nurtured. As one of the leading contributors of Zambian content to the program, we have witnessed firsthand NBC's unwavering dedication to telling authentic African stories, promoting regional integration, and strengthening the voice of public broadcasting across Southern Africa. Our relationship with SADC extends far beyond professional collaboration. Over the years, we have worked side by side during moments of great historical significance, providing seamless coverage of presidential state visits and standing together in solidarity during times of national mourning, including presidential state funerals. These shared experiences have strengthened the bonds between our institutions and underscored the value of cooperation among public broadcasters in the region. As you celebrate this remarkable milestone, we commend your achievements and the lasting impact you have made in informing, educating, and uniting communities. We look forward to many more years of collaboration, shared storytelling, and continued efforts to strengthen the ties between Zambia and Namibia. Congratulations on 35 years of excellency, NBC. May the years ahead bring even greater success and continued service to the people of Namibia and the Southern African region. Happy 35th anniversary.
You're watching a live broadcast coming to you from the NBC headquarters in Windhoek, and there's a special reason why we are here. We are celebrating NBC's 35th anniversary. Now, earlier on, I was alluding to how basically we've become such a close family here at the NBC, so much so that we know about each other's challenges, even who has passed away in the family, somebody who has given birth, and we celebrate those little milestones in the NBC family. And I want to call on one special lady. Her name is Elizabeth, and she's going to be accompanied by sign language interpreter Selma Moses. I understand Elizabeth has been working for the NBC about 18 years. Elizabeth, please come and join us here on stage and tell all of these people why you are here and the impact that the NBC made on your life. Elizabeth, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Nell. Today, as NBC celebrates 35 years of informing, educating, and entertaining the nation, I can proudly say I've been part of that journey as well. I have been at the NBC for the past 18 years now, at first as a contract cleaner and eventually became permanent. I am a proud staff member of the NBC for 18 long years. As a deaf person, many a times when you look for a job, you hardly get a job. So I was actually really happy to have joined the NBC and for NBC to have seen their abilities in me as opposed to my disabilities. NBC has become more than a family, a workplace for me. It's like a family where I feel valued, where I feel respected, and I also feel really empowered being part of the NBC. So I stand here with joy and so much pride at the NBC for having thought of me as a deaf person and probably never worried of recruiting me at NBC. But I hope NBC continues to actually grow, inspire, and unite the nations for many, many more years to come. Thank you to our leaders. Thank you to our new DG, Memenesia Muinyo. I love you all. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for sharing your story with us here today. Now, the following guest is best known for being one of the original and most memorable hosts of the popular NBC children's educational program, The Sunshine Club. Who of you remember The Sunshine Club? Alongside Patrick Sam, she helped shape the childhood of many Namibians. It is now my honor to welcome the beautiful former NBC child presenter, Ms. Tuna Willem, to the stage. Come on, give her a hand of applause. Give her a hand of applause. It's so good to see you after all these years, Tuna.
Thank you so much. Good morning or good afternoon at this time, and we stand on all protocol observed. It's an absolute and a wonderful, wonderful privilege to be back home. I only have one complaint, Meme. When I was walking through the passage, the same passage that I took every day, probably from the age of 8 or 9, somebody decided to take the stripes away. And those stripes we used to measure ourselves as we were walking in. So year 1, you are here. Year 2, you are here, and then as you grow, so now there are waves. Now, how do we decide now how tall we are? That corridor was so important to us. And then you walk in, newsroom is on your left, and you walk down to studio, you get your clothes. It was an incredible life-changing journey. And it's incredible to see so many people here, and I wish we had more time to share the individual stories of everybody here. But I walked past my first corporate boss, Tateneham Golik. He was my first boss, probably when I was 10, 12 here at the NBC. Tate Mulongeni, the first boss I traveled with to the US. We won an Emmy Award for television. We beat Brazil and Canada for the best children's programming. It was just wonderful. It was a lot of wonderful experiences. And maybe what many people don't know is that my work at NBC and eventually studying TV and video production in Cape Town, it allowed me to do presentation work in America for 8 years. So I did that year on year. In between my work, we did work for National Geographic, work with Anthony Bourdain. It was just a wonderful private career that this journey set me on. So before I ramble, because I feel like I'm at home, let me just read some thoughts. I normally don't read. I like to speak off the cuff and from the heart, but I think what I wrote is important to share. And I'm a little bit nervous because I'm just nervous, and that's normal, I suppose. But let me read this and share some thoughts. I've scratched out quite a bit because we don't have time. It's about 6 sections. And again, I say I stand on the protocol observed. When I received the invitation, Menesia, my second name is also Menesia, I was caught off guard, and I was very emotional because this institution carried a large part of my memories and aspirations that I didn't know I had, and people like Sandy Rudd were a big part of it, and many again that are in the room were. And long before I became an entrepreneur, and long before I worked internationally, and before I understood which direction my life would change as a young girl from Karatura, I keep looking up at this building, and all the dreams and aspirations that looked impossibly large started becoming a dream, a living dream and a reality. So I don't stand before you just as a Sunshine Club presenter, but as a woman that has been shaped not just by NBC, but by key institutions. Hi, Tashia, good to see you. Key institutions in this country, key people. I've gone through many, many hands as a Namibian child and a product of this country, which I'm proud of, and I wouldn't live permanently in any other country. So at this time, and then, as one of the quietest children in school, playing in the corners, my life at NBC just started opening up. It opened up my nature, my personality, and my character. I think of, an incredible woman who I don't get to see anymore, Miss Virginia Witz. And she was a woman that really brought my nature and my character out. No, Tuna, where's your earpiece? Stand up straight, open your mouth. She wasn't rude, she wasn't mean. She panel beated me to be able to sit in a room, to communicate, to facilitate conversations, to understand myself, to have empathy for another human being. All of these qualities that I didn't know that I could have as a child at that age. And this fascinated me, and it taught me about the power of communication, the true power, not just what we read in books or what we learn at school, but opening your mouth, understanding somebody understanding you, unpacking difficult conversations. It shaped the energy and the understanding of creativity and innovation before I went to school for it. So it taught me to stand in front of a lot of people. And I remember just going back to the New York trip, the first night that we had dinner there. That was my first time overseas at the age of 16. It's a story that I really enjoy sharing. Tate Mulongeni and I and Virginia were sitting at a table, everything was a first. First time on a plane, first time everything. We're sitting in a restaurant in New York. You know that time you're taught as a presenter, when you're sitting at a table, you can't eat chachara, you must be like on point. So we're sitting there, a young girl from Karatura, never had sushi, so there's this green thing in the plate. And so I said, I organized my food, I'm watching everybody, and then I took this green thing, which I later was told is wasabi. So I think it's either Virginia or Tata Ben asked me, are you sure? I said, yes. I put that wasabi in my mouth. It was the size of a teaspoon. I thought my entire insides just disappeared. So that's when I started my love-hate relationship with sushi. It came through the hands of Tate Mulongeni and Virginia Woods, but I respect wasabi till today, Tate. So, and then I wanted to cover, so that was my journey and everything that I did then. And then I just wanted to cover the story, the part of storytelling and the power of storytelling for many reasons, and you'll hear why in my speech. Namibia is still very much a young nation compared to many other countries. 35 years in the life of a public broadcaster is incredibly significant. And in the life of the country, in the life of this country, it's still the beginning of a memory. We are still organizing and gathering ourselves in many regards, and we are still deciding which stories define us, which wounds we will heal, and which dreams we will protect, and which children we will prepare for the world that is coming. We live in a time where everyone has a platform, but not everyone has been taught responsibility. We live in a time where information moves quickly, but wisdom does not always travel with it. We live in a time where outrage is often rewarded more than understanding, and where a nation can slowly become accustomed to speaking about itself only through what is broken. A country cannot face itself A country that cannot face itself cannot grow, but truth must not become carelessness. Freedom must not come with destruction. Criticism must not become a national language so loud that it drowns out dignity, repair, beauty, and possibility. This is where I believe NBC continues to have a sacred public role. Not sacred in theatre necessarily, but sacred in the civic sense. And we have the director of the NID with us here today, Ms. Naita Hishono, so please listen also with us. NBC is one of the few institutions that still has the ability to gather the country around a shared mirror. It can show us the child in Karatura learning how to dream, the farmer in the north carrying ancestral knowledge, the artist creating nothing but conviction, the teacher holding a school together, and the nurse serving beyond exhaustion, etc., and the list goes on. And that community still believes, despite everything, that Namibia is still worth building. So when we speak about that, we come to our colleagues still in the media fraternity, which we call the Fifth Estate, a term that I learned from Mr. Ochemup. That is why I often find myself returning to the question of responsibility as practitioners and communication experts and specialists. We speak frequently about media freedom, and rightly so. A democratic society depends on the free exchange of ideas, opinions, and information. Journalists must be free to ask difficult questions. Broadcasters must be free to investigate matters of public interest, and citizens must be free to express themselves. These freedoms are fundamental to a healthy society. At the same time, again, as I mentioned earlier, freedom comes with responsibility and accountability. The ability to shape public conversation is not a small thing. Every headline, every program, every interview, and every broadcast contributes in some way to the story of a country, which it tells about itself, what it values and what it believes is possible. What concerns me the most, and this is one of the most concerning things, is not that we are not willing to identify problems. We should expose them. We should hold ourselves and our institutions accountable. But what concerns me the most is that we are gradually becoming more comfortable describing what is broken than imagining what can be built and honoring what is being done. As communicators, we occupy a unique position in this society. We have the privilege of helping people understand the world around them. We can deepen division or strengthen understanding. We can amplify fear or encourage participation. We can leave people feeling powerless, or we can leave them believing that they have a role to play in improving the communities and the country they call home. And in conclusion, I think that's my conclusion, maybe the first part of it. I believe that the future of Namibian communication lies in our ability to hold these things in balance. We will work together on that, to tell the truth without losing hope, and to hold power accountable without losing sight of progress. That is why I hope Namibia NBC continues to invest boldly in creativity, innovation, arts, culture, storytelling, and not just as an act of nostalgia, but as an act of nation building, because every generation deserves the opportunity not only to inherit a country, but to participate in nation building and its storytelling. And going back to that little girl, and somewhere in that future is another little girl, another little boy standing in a corridor, looking for the line. Maybe it now becomes a wave, watching people, admiring people, and looking at those that have gone before them to build a life not just for themselves, but for their communities. So happy birthday to NBC, our home. We support you, Memenesia, and please call when you need help. Thank you so much.
For 3.5 decades, NBC has stood at the center of the moments that matter most. NBC has remained committed to bringing accurate, timely, and comprehensive coverage to audiences across the country. Through radio, television, and digital platforms, NBC has bridged distances, connected communities, and given a voice to people from all walks of life. Today, as NBC celebrates 35 years of service, it stands as a proud national institution. We celebrate the journalists, producers, technicians, presenters, managers, and support staff whose passion has kept the nation informed for generations. NBC at 35, capturing history, amplifying voices, connecting communities, and telling Namibia's story. Yesterday, today, tomorrow.
The independence, Namibia's independence celebration.
I would say for me personally, Kasinga Day.
For me, it would be, the two would be Heroes Day and the independence celebrations.
Mostly Independence, 26th of August.
Let me say political campaigns during elections.
Do we associate with NBC coverage? The Namibian Annual Music Awards, we gotta bring that back. We have Miss Namibia.
Those were just some of the colleagues of NBC sharing which programs they would love or enjoy most working on here at the national broadcaster. And one of the colleagues mentioned Miss Namibia, and I've seen on our screens that our queens are in the room next door. Miss Namibia, are you all here? There they are, looking so beautiful. I'm glad that you could join us. Well, just to ease us into the rest of the program before we hear so many more speeches, because we are really here to reflect as individuals on the 35 years of the national broadcaster. We have the Els, a musical group, on standby to give us a performance. Els, you may take it away.
Skee-da-dee-dong-dong. Skee-dee-dong-dong. Skee-da-dee-dong-dong. Skee-da-dee-dong-dong. Skee-dee-dong. On a road to Zambezi, wanna rule, praying that we gonna make it. Driven 14 hours straight in a beat up Ford project car, praying that we gonna make it. But you better know I'm thinking of you. I wanna talk to you. I'm wondering what you're up to. You better know I'm missing you. Driving down to Katima, you wouldn't believe how far. Make it down to Rundu, go home out of Africa. Now that it says you go more me, going down the hill, my Como, cruising down at 120. Who's gonna get you there? But you better know I'm thinking of you. I wanna talk to you. I'm wondering what you're up to. You better know I'm missing you. Zambezi, you better know I'm missing you. And I'll be home in the weekend. We get back to singing. I miss the love you're dancing. You better know I'm missing. You better know. 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 You better know I'm missing.
Beautiful performance. Thank you so much, the Els. I don't know how many of us were watching Good Morning Namibia this morning. By a show of hands. All right, there are a couple of hands. Now, if you didn't watch Good Morning Namibia, I encourage you to please, after this event, when you've gone back home, tune in to NBC because we have something special for all of you, our viewers. Today, for example, on Good Morning Namibia, we had former presenters of the program hosting the program. We had the likes of Catherine Shipushu. She was presenting the program this morning, as well as Anna Nicodemus. And it was really beautiful for me personally to see because I grew up watching them when they were on television. So to see them in action, I also learned quite a lot from them, and they've still got it. Also having heard from Mrs. Tuna Vellum here, and by the way, I must say that she still looks 8. to be quite honest. I think she's drinking from the fountain of youth. She needs to share it with us. We do have more employees that will be sharing their experiences at the national broadcaster, and the following employee or former employee of the NBC is a speaker who used to be an employee of Wato FM in Rundu. Now, she has held several prominent leadership positions. She is one of those that left the broadcaster and really grew into the ranks of the nation. And some of those include being a former councillor of the Rundu Urban Constituency, as well as a former chairperson of the National Council. Please help me warmly welcome Honorable Vicky Kauma to the stage. I love that some of us are really keeping up with the clapping. That's beautiful.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I think they told us that we are celebrating. We are not in court. But I like the crowd that side. If it was not this, I could say, can't they not join us somewhere? But this is protocol-wise. Director of ceremony, my colleague, my friend, who travel a long journey of NBC, and we travel together. People have said, one have said I joined NBC in 2016. Some said I joined NBC in so different years. But let me tell you that I joined the SWABC toward NBC from 1982. 1982. Yeah? You're wondering, that is the journey of the broadcasting. The 1982, I just want to mention this before I'm going to read my speech, just to tell you how beautiful is when you are in communication. It is so wonderful because that grows you, also contributing whatever you will be in your life. I'm happy. What I'm going to mention is my greetings to my journey staff who joined the NBC as receptionist. I'm one of them. I joined the NBC in Rundu as a receptionist. Coming from school, that time, you know, I was counting. Maybe I was 19, 20 years. It's when I joined. So, greetings to my colleagues who were working in library, from reception to a library, where I could join making my supportive services, delivering records, receiving and going out, giving it to producers to do their programs. It's how I was also interested, you know, in listening more programs. The records, that time, you know, it was so beautiful because the records we used that time, I don't know how we call that drive. It's a gramophone or this big, whatever. Nowadays you are using audios, but that time it was, you know, these big ones. Yeah? Greetings to my colleagues. As I was moving from the library to administrative office, because reception and office, to be an administrator, is not the same. Now from there, I have to enter the administration. I have entered starting from an admin up to a senior administrative officer in the office of the manager, helping, supporting our producers. You know, when you have production, you have also administration. It go together, otherwise no one will succeed. Because the other one do a production in studios, others are administrators, and everybody who make a contribution to that time is very important. It's how I grow, and I have to tell you, I work from SWABC to NBC 20 years, consecutive. I never quit, but I grow in that one. Now, after that, I have to tell you that NBC shaped my career in a very good way, because that time, while I was in NBC, I could also have good time to study. Now from there, why I'm saying NBC shaped me, while I was in NBC, I became a local authority councillor in my own town, in Rundu, from 2005 to 2010. And I grew up, from local authority, I became a regional councillor in my constituency, as a Rundu Urban constituency councillor. Now, when I was elected in 2015, they have to nominate me to go and serve my nation at a higher level. So I was nominated to go to be an MP, and I served my people as an MP at National Council. The same time, from 2015, now 2019, they saw potential. I was elected to be the vice chairperson of the National Council from 2019 up to where I ended last year as a vice chairperson of National Council. Meaning I just brought that to you to show you that NBC is very important, not only like we are doing today. My director, I'm saying my director, Ms. Menesia Mwenyo, I have to take my head off. Is a dedicated woman, a disciplined, a hardworking. You know, from that time I could meet her when she went in the regions for her programs. But we have grown and we have seen her strength. Today, for you to be a Director General of the NBC is not by mistake, but by reality of who you are. Congratulations to you. I'm very happy because during my tenure, I was speaking a lot about gender equality. And when it comes to gender equality, this is a female ever. It's the first ever female as a Director General, after decades of men. We must clap hands. Are we jealousy? We should not feel jealousy. She deserves that, and we are proud to say that. So stand firm, head up. We are together, and we stand side by your side. You know, someone has said once a time at an event don't give a politician a platform. But today I'm going to show you that politicians is not there only to speak what doesn't make sense, but to speak what is making sense. But today I'm not going to be that politician. I'm going to be a politician and as a human being, a Namibian nation. Let me end there. All protocol observed because of time. Director of ceremony, it is a great honor and privilege to be here today as we celebrate 35th years of the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation. As a former NBC employee, this occasion is particularly meaningful to me because it provides an opportunity to reflect on the remarkable journey of an institution that has played a significant role in Namibia development, Namibia nation building, and democratic growth. Allow me first to extend my sincere congratulations to the entire family of NBC, myself included. It is for those who past and present staff on reaching this important milestone, 35th or 35 years of service is a testament to the dedication, professionalism, resilience, and hard work of the many individuals who have contributed to building and strengthening this institution over the years. I have seen my directors here. Remember when you work for 20 years, I was also under all these directors. He visited our region, Mr. Golik. And you know the interest of Mr. Golik when I was just searching that time. I could see that he's a businessman when it comes to Golik locks. And I like that one. I was searching whether you have still that shop. We have to support you. And also Tate Kandetu, several times, and my brother Mulongeni. I'm saying my brother. When he was several times at our regions, you know, he's an entertainer. I have to tell you, he's a very good entertainer when it comes to NBC year-end functions. Having had the privilege of working at NBC, I know firsthand the commitment and passion that exists within the organization. It is this commitment that has enabled NBC to grow from its earlier beginnings into a modern public broadcaster that continues to serve all the Namibian people with distinction. Just compare, when you compare NBC with other electronic medias. I was loving NBC. As we celebrate this anniversary, it is important to recognize the critical role that the media plays in a democratic society. The media serves as a bridge between citizens and institutions. It provides access to information, encourages informed public debate, promote transparency and accountability, and create space for diverse voices to be heard, even the voiceless. I like when we talk about rural women, you know, When you talk of rural women or community, these are the very underprivileged people who are not always getting what they need. That's why your distinction. On this contribution has been invaluable in strengthening our democratic values and fostering national unity. On this special occasion, my director, I would also like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to my colleague, as I was mentioned already, Madam Menesia Mwenyo, Director General of NBC. Your appointment as the first ever female Director General of the NBC is a historical achievement and an inspiration to many women and young professionals across Namibia, our country. I hope someone will clap hands for her. Your leadership came at an important moment in the corporation history, and I commend you for your commitment to advancing NBC mandate and positioning the organization for continued success in these years ahead. Congratulations. As we celebrate today, let us also honor the pioneers, former leaders, journalists, producers, technicians, engineers, and support staff whose dedication and sacrifices have shaped NBC's remarkable journey over the past 35 years. To the entire NBC family, thank you for your service to Namibia. Congratulations on your 35 years of excellence, growth, transformation, and public service. In conclusion, may the NBC continue to strive, innovate, and remain trusted voice for generations to come. Happy 35th anniversary, NBC, and congratulations once again, our Director General, Menesia Mwenyo, for inviting me to come and be with you and share a small what we have as a journey for NBC. And the entire NBC team, congratulations, and I want you to stand united, stand as disciplined staff in the 8th administration of our President, Honorable Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah. Nothing goes wrong, but the future is female. Thank you very much. A luta continua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kauma. I would now like to acknowledge the presence of the head of our custodian ministry, that is Honorable Emma Theophilus, the Minister of Information and Communication Technology. Thank you very much, Minister. We're honored that you could join us today. As we move along with our program, I would now like to call on Mr. Nahum Gorlick, who has served as the corporation's first Director General from 1991. We've also heard that he's a great entertainer, so maybe we will find out what that meant today. Now, the leadership of Mr. Gorlick helped lay the foundation for the national broadcaster and shaping its role in delivering on its mandate of informing, its mandate of educating, as well as entertaining the Namibian nation. His contribution remains very important, and it is an important part of the NBC's proud legacy and continued growth over the past 35 years. He walked so that we could run. A round of applause for Mr. Goilik, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. If I may also start by saying all protocol observed. And I just want to thank the Director General for the very kind invitation. And I will say that it is an absolute pleasure to be back here. I'm enjoying every minute of this. Much of the time that I enjoyed was working here as well. So it is great being back and just witnessing the camaraderie, the friendship and the professionalism that you have here. I woke up one morning in early 1990 with an ominous phone call. I say ominous because I had absolutely no idea what that was about, and it happened to be Mr. Bob Kandetu, who asked me to submit a CV, and they were interested in, and Bob was, I think, in the very early stages of the information ministry at that stage. And that was the start of this journey for me, which has been awe-inspiring and fantastic. I just want to also say that, Vinicia, your discussions and your talking here, to be very straightforward about it, nothing has changed. I think the only thing I was trying to think that has changed is possibly the technology. Otherwise, not the same players, but the job is the same. But it's very rewarding, and I do encourage you to forge ahead. And I know that you have the absolute staying power to do that. Anyway, when I was appointed into the NBC, it was 1990, just a couple of months after independence. And the only thing I could think of in terms of the magnitude of what this was about was that I have to look at this as a clean slate. Everything has changed. We had a new country. There were completely new expectations. There was still resistance to change that was quite strong. And besides that, the bricks and mortar here were also very new. Where we are sitting now was an empty studio. There was no wiring, there were no lights, there was nothing. It kind of set the challenge of how does one basically move on from here. The news center as well was also kind of the old school, and we were trying to find out how we could get things on the move and to change a mental perspective and a political perspective that existed here for so many years before independence. So one of the first things that we did was we had to look at how to be able to ensure within the corporate environment how we could communicate without having additional filters in the system into the management structure. So we restructured the organization from a very steep pyramid where everything kind of climbed a ladder up to the top and everything from the top was instructed on the way down. We changed that to a complete flat pyramid where we took departments who then became, the heads of those departments became controllers. And then basically, as Director General, they reported to me, and then I reported to the board. And it worked very well, I think, for several reasons. One was there was a sign that there is change, there is a determination to get the NBC onto the new Namibian track, and also to encourage people that were here, if they were interested, to continue with it, but to continue with this new mindset. And I think we had reasonable success. There were a lot of new people coming in, so there was a lot of fresh energy, a lot of fresh ideas, a lot of ideological support. So it made things much easier to be able to tackle this task. What we're talking about then was also an infrastructure of dependency on the telecommunications, on telecom, because all transmission was still done through the microwave network that they were using. The NBC was using it as well. But the difficulty we had was that the centers where we needed to get to were not always congruous with what telecom had. So we needed to start looking at alternate ideas. And fortunately, satellite had the satellite technology and transmissions were becoming a new medium that we could use for the transmission of the signals. So we then looked at setting up a satellite network that would cover both radio and television. Not to all the centers, but where we could, from the radio, from the satellite receivers, broadcast into most of the, in fact, I think all of the larger towns and the larger centers. So, going back to maybe the first or the second day here, we changed what was then known as the national service to just English speaking, because the Constitution states that the official language is English. So there was another signal to show that we are moving forward, and it's you're either with us or you're not, to put it crudely. But there was a bit of resistance. I know some of the newspapers went wild, but the idea was that we needed to move ahead, and we got the support that from within the organization, as well as from the ministry as well, in order for us to continue on this. So one of the other things that we had to be conscious of, and you spoke about, or it has been spoken about this morning, of all the language services, and that is that we needed to make sure that the language services carried a national message. It needed to carry a message of what an independent Namibia was, what was being done at government level, what was being done at regional level, in order to make not the impression, but to put across the whole picture that Namibia is one country. There are many languages, but all those languages fall into the guise of this one country. So we turned the national service into a 24-hour service in English, and the language services broadcasted during mainly daylight. It was, I should say, between 8 and 12 hours a day. But a percentage of the programs that were broadcast on language service had to reflect what was happening at a national level. And this was really the start and the approach on how we could change the NBC from the SWABC mentality. It had its moments. It was quite exciting to be involved in this thing, but also the whole point was not to think of it at night, because then you wouldn't come back to work in the morning. The other aspect, and we've spoken about it, but we've spoken about it now or this morning on a digital level, When I came in, I indicated our transmission was through the microwave system. Everything that was being used here was analog. That's all we knew. I don't know if you remember the small cassette tapes, and the cameras were these big things that you could hire it out for people to do weightlifting exercises and stuff. And we needed to basically take a decision that we had to link into the new technology. The previous system and our technical team, who were very good, were just stuck on what works. And this whole thing about, it wasn't experimentation, but because it hadn't been tested, they were, some of them were hesitant to work on integrating it. But we got the satellite system working. We got the radio network expanded. Not as much as we would have liked, but we got it expanded to most of the centers. And television suddenly became one of the key factors in terms of demand. I say it that way because more people were now able to watch television, live broadcast. Beforehand, the bigger centers, the bigger towns, and where microwave signals were sent, they received live television or real-time television. The other centers, like Oranienburg, Luderitz, Karasburg, and in the north there were a few towns as well, that we would record the programs on Monday last week, would be broadcast Monday this week in those towns where these tapes were delivered. So we had these cases with cassettes, and that was taken and it was put into cassette players on the other side, and it was broadcasted locally to the people. The only difference was Oranienburg, that they were prepared to fly the tapes down on a daily basis, so they had a 24-hour delay. And the news in some places was 24 hours delay, other places was 1 week delay. So there was a lot of pressure on us to try and get the satellite system in as quickly as we could. We had, basically with the technology, we were, I'll just explain this one because I found that quite amusing. You had these old videotape recorders that were 2 inches. So they were reels, and they were put on, and they were used for recording and playback. But it was used for the high-end quality, and especially the news. But the problem was that I was here for about 4 or 5 months, and I'd still heard that the news was being pre-recorded and then being broadcast later in the evening. And I found that not only would be, but it was unacceptable. And the reason was, they said, this equipment is really old, and they were concerned that if the equipment breaks down when it's live, there will be no news at all. And I said, well, we're going to have to take that chance. We've taken so many chances and used so many opportunities that let's do this. So there were quite a few of us, and this was still in TV Moore Street, sitting, and it came, the news was broadcast at 8 o'clock at that stage. And 8 o'clock, we pressed a button and the news went out live. And it was a flawless broadcast. And from that point, the news went out live, and there was no opportunity to go back. Then things changed. The television moved in here, the news office moved in here. It became totally automated, all still analog, but became totally automated. And the whole process of broadcasting, recording, editing changed completely. which was wonderful. There was a great sensation. I just want to tell you a funny story, a ridiculous story actually. When we launched the satellite, we went round to the places that were we went to Oshakati, we went to Rundu, we went to Katima, and we'd made special plans to broadcast from the studio here to announce that we're going live. And then once we said, and we're going live, they would broadcast from here and welcome the various towns to the network. But one of the towns that we had to go to was Karasburg, and we didn't have much time, so we hired a plane, and the whole management and the technical team or whatever, we flew down. We landed in Karasburg, and the plane had landed. It was a gravel airstrip, and the pilot then got to the end and was going to turn around, and the plane got stuck in the sand. Now, you know, they're small planes, and you think, this is easy. You know, we'll all get out the plane and we'll push. I used to do a lot of sport and things like that, but this effort to get this plane out of eventually, we said we're going to have to stop it now, and we're just going to have to leave the plane, and we have to go because it was time to switch over to a live broadcast. So we did all that. And then we came back, and then we had to push the plane out of there. We had to still take off in daylight so we could get back to Windhoek before the runways closed. So that's what I remember about going live on satellite, and people, you know, with all this technology, but yet we're outside pushing an aircraft out of the sand, which was quite a contrast, but it's a story that I'll always remember. I just want to talk very briefly on radio and the debate that we had on radio. Personally, I still think that radio is such an important medium for a country like Namibia. And we mustn't lose sight of the razzle-dazzle of television and moving images and entertainment that's just on television. And I say this because radio it's a conversation that you have. We tried to make it a bit more interactive on the national service in the morning. We had a lot of phone-ins, and we found that was very successful. And the one thing that I feel is important is that with the new technology, and I know you're talking about YouTube, but it would be nice to see some kind of interactive process with social media and the NBC. I think the NBC has an incredibly important role to play. It still has an important role to play, if not more important because of all the social media that's going around. And the one thing that we've got to look at is, and I put this, and I don't mean to put it flippantly, the saying is, if you can't beat them, join them. And I think that's what we have to do. And I'm not saying you're not doing it now, but I think we have to make a concerted effort to monopolize or try and monopolize or take advantage of as much of the social media to get the NBC message across. It's a vital message that no one can really deny. But if we lose out to the influencers and all these other people that are working on social media, I think it's going to be difficult to come in and try and regain a platform. So that would be kind of the technological challenge, if I could call it that, of this era. And then I just like to end off by saying the following, that don't lose sight of the importance of being NBC, and as a subtext of that, don't lose sight of the importance of radio. NBC has come a long way, but as things are constantly changing, We need to look at this, that this is the beginning every time you step through the front door of the NBC building. So it's not what was, but it's what it's going to be. And I think with that, one can only grow from strength to strength. Again, congratulations on 35, and thank you very much for this invitation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Golik, for that inspirational speech. We truly appreciate it. You walked us down memory lane, and now we too have an idea of what it was like that time when you were in the office. Thank you so much for sharing those messages with us. Moving on with our program, but most importantly, I really want to thank you all for being patient with us. An event of this kind is expected to contain speeches that are this long, primarily because we are reflecting, and it's the first time that the national broadcaster is hosting an event of this kind where we are celebrating 35 years of our existence as a corporation after the enactment of the act under the 1991 law in Namibia. We still have more that we have scheduled, so many speeches that we still have, not too many, just a few from our leaders that are with us in the room. But in the meantime, let's take a look at the following insert.
Anniversary NBC. I'm proud of those who built this corporation over the 35 years.
Hello, I'm Daniela. I've started working with the corporation as a cleaner. Today, I'm a TV license operator. Happy birthday, NBC.
Hello, I'm Gregory Isaacs. I'm working as a cleaner. Happy birthday, NBC.
Wow, thank you so much. 35 years, who can believe it? You know, I've been a small child when I started at this corporation. I'm almost turning 50 soon. So, you know, NBC has really been instrumental in my life. I grew up here, and today I can only say happy birthday, NBC.
For these 35 years, I'm a part and parcel of NBC. Happy 35 years, NBC. This is my happy place, NBC.
Happy 35 years to the nation's informer, educator, and entertainer.
Baie geluk NBC met julle 35ste bestaanjaar. Mag julle van krag tot krag gaan. Ek is Dawn Creer van Hartklop FM.
Happy birthday NBC. I'm one of the newest reporters, and I'm very proud to be part of a broadcaster that has informed, educated and connected Namibians for 35 years, and to more years of telling stories. Shemaine Boys.
NBC's growth and success reflects the leadership and vision of its Director Generals, who have guided the broadcast in fulfilling its mandate. That mandate is to inform, educate, and entertain Namibians while promoting national unity, social-economic development, peace, and the effective use of the English language. The story of the NBC is also the story of the leaders who shaped it. Their vision and dedication helped build a respected national broadcaster whose legacy continues to guide its future.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome That is the former Minister of the Ministry now known as the Ministry of Information and Communication Technology. That is Honorable Ben Amadila to give us his remarks. Thank you. Can we keep clapping, please?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the hand clapping and the welcoming. I would like to observe all protocols set, but I cannot leave out to mention my congratulations to Menesia Muñoz, the Director General of the NBC, who invited us here. I saw her running the streets of Luanda, Zambia, accompanying the founding father, gathering news. And it's so fantastic that at last, she is the one to lead us in this massive organization called the NBC. The Afrikaners have a say, moet nie bevrees raak nie, agter ons kom ook in die kraal. So we wish you all strength, health, to lead this organization forward. I acknowledge the Speaker of the Parliament, Ms. Sarah Kuwongelwa Madila. And I'm told that the Minister of Information and Broadcasting is equally here. You are also welcome from my side, and everybody present. I served once upon a time as the Minister of Information. To tell the story of the NBC will possibly take a little bit longer than the time allocated. But one thing in my view is so outstanding. And as a person who likes history, sometimes I like to look back and tap in the history where we are coming from. I would like to make my statement rather very short. First, to say what stuck in my mind is the political side of things. Something remained in my mind, very refreshing, and that was to watch the South African flag being lowered. For those who stood out, sacrificed, most died in the process, some suffered irreversible conditions. That moment when Pelé Zequaya handed over the tools of the state of Namibia to the founding president, oh, that was an occasion. An occasion that need to be a replica so that the young people coming after us don't forget that moment. I'm sure Menesia was there, she was young, and most of them were very young. They were very young, and they did their contribution to maintain their communications between ourselves and contributing to the building of a nation. Another moment was when Walvis Bay was integrated. Oof. That was another occasion that I felt at least we could now breathe freely, because at 1990, when independence came, the danger of the South African military force just across the street, or rather across the border into Walvis Bay, was still weighing very heavily on us. We took what we thought was the best, put them in the security aspect to maintain the security of our state and protect each and every inch of our country. But as long as South Africa was just around in Walvis Bay, nobody, at least on my part, we could not breathe freely. I saw that occasion when Mr. de Klerk, the Prime Minister, was the Prime Minister or President of South Africa, watching the founding father making his statement of acceptance of the integration of Walvis Bay in Namibia. That will not be erased from the memories of those who knew the difference. The difference was that quite a number of Namibians, men, women, and girls and boys, left their country to sacrifice for those two occasions. We got liberated, but communication was still very, very poor. There were those who understood and those who hated the moment that independence had come. And that's where the NBC played such a significant role to keep us together, to keep the peace and political stability in the country. There are certain things that maybe one could explain in the short time that I have. People didn't understand. It was a new era. A black man was running in black cars. No, the first car was not a black one. It was a beige, I think. It was beige. Escorted by quite a number of cars. And then when they were driving, there were sirens on, and people were expected to to drive on the wayside to allow these cars to pass. This was not underappreciated. It was not understood. Some people went out and said all kinds of things. Thanks to the NBC, or it was not possibly NBC at the time, but the crews turned out to be NBC later. They educated. They tried to educate at every corner, at every moment, for people to accept the new reality. This has never happened before, so you cannot blame anybody. But education and entertainment was very critical at that juncture. The other occasion that comes to my mind is having attained independence. The NBC, as minister, invited me to go to Malawi to launch a television program in Malawi. Now, Malawi has been independent for quite a number of years, possibly more than 30 years. But it was for NBC to help Malawi install a television service. A young country, just independent, helping a sister or brotherly country called Malawi to get in the communication age that was so important, critical to them. All this achievement by the men and women of the NBC, we learned this afternoon that quite a number of them are no longer with us. They did their best. Now, ushered into the Ministry of Information with very little education or training on communication systems, and there was no preparation on my part. My predecessor, who was Hidipo Hamutenya Honorable, replaced me at the Ministry of Trade and Industry. So I have to rely to those whom I found in the ministry. Nam Golik was here just a moment ago as the Director General. Thank you, Nam Golik. You did your best. I remember we traveled together to Germany, to the Deutsche Welle, to the BBC, and the like, to try and establish contracts between new baby NBC and the rest of the world. We did not want to interfere in the running as a ministry, in the running of the NBC. But there were moments, I think Nam Golik alluded to, that newspapers said things which were running against the principles we tried to uphold of building a nation. And obviously, coming from abroad, we expected that the NBC will silence these voices and build or lay the foundation for unity of our people, especially when South Africa was just in Wolfish Bay. We know what transpired at the time of election in 1989, that quite a number of people who claimed to be Namibians came by planes to come and vote and return to South Africa. So the possibility, having tasted the training, military and intelligence and all these other things, the fear that some remnants could disturb our peace and political stability was always there. So we expected that the NBC will play its role to keep us together. They've done it. They've done it at a very, very little cost. I remember as minister, the biggest battles or moments I had in fearing the failure or success of my work was when we were talking about the budget. I was trying to say that the NBC provided all the communications, given the width and breadth of our country, in different languages, to put those lines of communications together so that we become a stronger people should danger calls. But everybody, every ministry was actually fighting for the same budget. And everything was very important. So there was no way that you could cut from one ministry in order to give this to NBC. It was very challenging. NBC tried to find their own ways of raising their own funds. I don't think they succeeded. They have to get this subsidy from the state, from the government, in order to do the magnificent job of building a nation. I don't think that the job is yet done. We are still fragmented in a way. Hence the need for more money for the NBC to remind us where we are coming from and to make sure that the future generations will appreciate what has been done for them to be where they are today. We had a situation at independence. That's why I say I like history. In 1968, 1969, we had a conference in Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. And at that conference, we raised that question. There is a book that I read, General Zapata of Mexico. The book's title was after liberation what? Now, most of among ourselves were spending and emphasizing the question of fighting, liberating. But that question remained, what after liberation? What are you going to do? Are you not going to you liberate the country and lose it to somebody else? That's prompted us to start a program of training the number of people that we have to be able to provide communication. We know the breadth of our country, the small population that we have the capacity to talk to each and every one, to guide each and every one, to inform, to entertain each and every one. So we started with programs long before independence to prepare some of our people to be of service to the new government. And me and Menesia, they were in that category. There was Sakinam Wongo, there was the Samtenya guy who was the permanent secretary in the ministry. There were quite a number of them to keep us together. And the need to keep us together hasn't ended yet. We secure funds in a program called the Nationhood Program for Namibia. We start sending them for training. We start sending them to open some new offices in Congo-Brazzaville, in Tanzania, that was a long-serving one, Zambia, and other places, just for the sake of communication. When I was serving as the representative of SWAPO in Scandinavia, the Federal Republic of Germany, we wanted to start a program to address our Namibians of German origin. But apparently I did not qualify my accent in German. Ooh. The people got just discouraged and said, no, let's just leave this program. Because we thought the more we united, the better our country will be. And that goal should not be forgotten. The United Nations put up programs for the training of those Namibians in the information services. They put up and pay for our office in New York and other places because communication was so critical. And it is because of that I feel at this moment in time to congratulate the NBC on the attainment of the 35th anniversary. It's a great success with very little money. It is really something that we need to be proud of. But if we don't guard and continue informing, entertain in such a way that our upcoming young generation understand where we are coming from, we are just a small population. I think the last census showed that we are only 3 million. And Mr. Trump have shown that they can just snatch a head of a state and a country and take them to their own country. He has indicated they can take countries over from other people and things of that sort. So unity is indeed a critical element in our way to survive. Unity. Unity is critical. And if the NBC can be helped to cement all elements of our population in appreciating that Namibia will only survive if we remain united. Congratulations, NBC. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bena Madila, the former Minister of Information and Broadcasting, for that insightful delivery. Now, as we celebrate this significant milestone, it is only fitting that we reflect on the journey, the achievements, the challenges, and the enduring legacy of the NBC. Now, one person that would know quite a lot about that, he will be the next speaker. He was also quite popular and very good friends with a lot of our departed colleagues, the likes of John Kerry in particular. And earlier on, when we were going down memory lane and not only remembering or celebrating our colleagues, it was quite an emotional moment for all of us present here today. But earlier on, there was also mention made of Mwala Muchila. I've taken over from him as station manager at National FM. Just an error that was mentioned earlier. Mwala Muchila has retired officially from the NBC and is very much alive and very well somewhere there in the Zambezi region, the mighty Zambezi region. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call upon somebody that I sometimes have difficulty with calling Mr. Jacobs or Lazarus. It's the same challenge that we have at the NBC to get used to calling or referring to the current Director General as DG or ma'am. We still have difficulty with that because all our lives here at the NBC we've called her Mene or Mene, so we're still getting used to it. So, but the same with Lazarus, that are always referred to as Lazi, but in this case, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome the chairperson of the NBC board, Mr. Lazarus Jacobs, to say a few words.
Friendly, thank you so much. I'm still Lazarus. We are in an era where people remember their titles and forget their names. Before I start, all protocol observed, but I'm so honored to have Tate Bena Madila here. And I'll tell you a joke. He probably forgot, he told me this joke way back in 1989. A lot of people don't know this, but before independence, Tate Bena Madila was assigned to the coast, to the west coast. He was based in Swakopmund to mobilize for SWAPO for the upcoming elections. And that's when I met him, just before independence. And one day we were at the house of the late Vilipatni Rambo. And I was just amazed to sit in the presence of somebody who was in exile. For those of you who grew up in the 70s, we never used to talk about exile. When people went to exile, we used to say they went to Zambia. So I was in awe of this man who was a SWAPO leader who was sitting in front of me. And he said to me, no, Lazarus, you're going to meet a lot of important people very soon when the country becomes important. And he told me this joke about, he asked me, Lazarus, how do you know you are important? And I said, I don't know. And he said, let me tell you a story about 3 people. There were 3 people, they were arguing, how do you know you are important? The first person said, well, you know you are important when the president knows you. And the second gentleman said, no. You know you are important when the president knows you and he invites you to State House. And I said, okay. And the last gentleman who was sitting, he was staring, listening to this conversation, and he said, you know you are important when the president knows you, he invites you to State House, the phone rings, the president picks up the phone, and he says, it's for you. Tate Ben, do you remember the joke? You told me the joke back in 1989. I'll never forget it. Our keynote speaker, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Sarago Wangelwa Madila, our Minister of ICT, Honorable Emma Theophilus, our Minister of Mines, Modesto Amutse, who's also a former employee of the NBC, our distinguished honorable guest, Tate Bena Madila, who's also a former Minister of Information and Broadcasting, former directors general, former board members, former current employees, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great privilege to stand before you today representing my colleagues on the board, some of them are here, and to talk and reflect on the 35 years of public broadcasting in an independent Namibia. I'm particularly pleased that this occasion has brought together so many individuals who have shaped the NBC's journey and the decades of its operation. We are honored by the presence of Honorable Ben Amadila, whose contribution to broadcasting and communications in Namibia helped lay the important foundations during the formative years of our democracy. We are also privileged to be joined by former Directors General, including our first Director General, Mr. Naum Golik. We used to call him back in '92 when I joined NBC, we used to call him Mr. G. We are together with Vedera Kantetu, my cousin Gary Munyama, who's here, Mr. Dr. Ben Mulongeni, I saw him earlier, and also Mr. Stanley Semilo. Their leadership helped guide NBC through different eras of growth and transformation. We welcome former board members, including Ms. Yvonne Boyce, I think I saw it, Ms. Valencia Uiras, I saw her earlier here, and as well as many former NBC employees, such as Teps Tulu, I saw him here, Teps Tulu, Mr. Ernst Fenske, whom I also saw here earlier. There's so many of you, and this took me down memory lane. Seeing a lot of you here is a bittersweet memory. Like Freeland said, it was not good to see the in memoriam of the many colleagues that we have lost here. Those of you who are here, those of you who have contributed to the success of NBC, we are standing, you are the giants on whose shoulders we are standing. Our story and our narrative is not singular. We are because you were. And I would like to single out a visionary man who has brought Namibia where it was. And his message was well articulated by Dr. Ben Amadila when he talked about unity. And our founding president is known with his famous quote saying, "A people united, striving to achieve common good for all members of his society will always emerge victorious." And that is the story of unity that Dr. Amadila was talking about. The NBC was established 35 years ago and served a vastly different world. Broadcasting was largely linear, audiences were predictable, and information moved at a very different pace. The NBC of the future will operate in a world shaped by digital technology, artificial intelligence, streaming platforms, and constantly evolving audience expectations, as was well articulated by our Director General. The question before us, therefore, is simply how NBC has served Namibia over the past 35 years and how we are going to serve Namibia in the next 35 years. What role must the NBC play in the Namibia of 2035, 2040, and beyond? As a board, our vision is very clear. We want NBC to evolve into a fully integrated public media institution that delivers trusted Namibian content across every platform where audiences engage with information. Our future relevance will depend on our ability to innovate while remaining true to the principles that define public broadcasting. In other words, credibility, accessibility, inclusivity, and service to the people. At a time when misinformation and disinformation are becoming global challenges, trusted journalism becomes more valuable than ever. NBC must continue to be a place where Namibians can rely on facts, balanced reporting, and informed public discourse. We also see enormous opportunity ahead. Opportunity to tell Namibian stories, to global audiences, as Tuna Vellum said earlier. Opportunity to nurture the next generation of journalists, creators, and innovators. Opportunity to harness technology to deepen citizen participation and strengthen our democracy. The board's ambition is for NBC to become one of Africa's most respected public broadcasters, not because of its size, but because of its excellence, innovation, and public value. As we celebrate this milestone, I thank all those who have contributed to NBC's first 35 years. You have given us a proud foundation. But the most exciting chapter of NBC story is not behind us. It's still ahead of us. At this juncture, I would really like to express a special word of thanks to our shareholder, Honorable Minister Emma Theophilus, for all their hard work, for all their fights, for all the challenges, and for all the meetings which is aimed at building NBC for what it is. We truly, truly appreciate you. And in front of everybody, I want to say we'll come in the next 2 weeks asking for help again. So thank you very much for everybody who has contributed to NBC. We cannot single out a single person. You have all contributed to the success of the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation. We are because you were there, and I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chairperson of the NBC Board, Mr. Lazarus Jacobs. As we commemorate 35 years of broadcasting excellence, community engagement, and dedicated service to our listeners and viewers, it is fitting that we also reflect on the vital role that the media plays in informing, educating, and empowering our society. It is therefore my pleasure now to invite the Minister of Information, Communication and Technology, Honourable Emma Theophilus, who will then afterwards also introduce our main speaker for this event. Mrs. Theophilus.
Thank you very much, Ms. Franan Thomas, for the kind introduction. Right Honourable Sarah Kuongera Madira, Speaker of the National Assembly, Honourable Modestus Amutse, Minister of Industries, Mines and Energy, I almost said Deputy Minister of ICT, and of course former NBC employee, former Ministers of Information and Broadcasting, Ministers of Information, Communication Technology seated here, Honourable Members of Parliament present, Board Chairperson and your Board of Directors, the NBC DG, employees of NBC, former DGs and former employees of NBC, the CEO Forum representatives present here, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. What a pleasure to walk through the memory lane with the assistance of those who have come before us. The lessons, the wisdom, the sacrifices, the journey, the reflections. So what else can I say as I stand on this podium except learn that far more tougher storms were weathered by the gallant sons and daughters seated here as they narrate the journey of turning the NBC into what it is today. And that we too, Board Chairperson, as you come in the next 2 weeks, can weather any storm by working together, by being united, and fit for purpose in terms of what NBC is meant to achieve. What more can I say except say, happy 35th anniversary NBC. The journey ahead remains ours to craft. We need to inform with purpose, educate, unite a nation, and entertain a growing nation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to introduce our keynote speaker. We have all heard that the NBC is constituted by way of an Act of Parliament, which means that our constitutional mothers and forefathers, in their wisdom, passed the NBC Act in 1991 to solidify the important role of a national broadcaster, the people's informer. Who better than the Right Honorable Sarah Gwangiro Amadira, Speaker of the National Assembly and a Member of Parliament for many years, to offer us this keynote address. I therefore invite all of you to kindly rise and help me welcome to the podium our keynote speaker, the Speaker.
Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Co-directors of our proceedings today, Tate Ben Amadila, the former Minister of Information and Broadcasting and veteran of the liberation struggle in absentia, he just left. Honorable Emma Theophilus, Minister of Information, Communication and Technology, and other members of Cabinet present here today, honorable members of Parliament, the chairperson of the NBC board and other members of the board of NBC, the Director General of NBC and members of staff of the NBC, former Directors General, former board members, former employees, distinguished members of the media fraternity, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Very good afternoon. It is a pleasure for me to join you on this occasion, marking the 35th anniversary of the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation. 35 years anniversary is not merely a numerical milestone. It is a record of sustained service to this nation through elections, constitutional debates, economic cycles, natural disasters, moments of national mourning, and moments of national celebration. For 35 years, the NBC has been the voice that carried Namibia into the homes of its people and carried the voices of those people back to those in authority. The media serves a dual function that is essential to the functioning of any democracy. On the one hand, it must transmit to those in positions of authority the concerns, experiences, and aspirations of communities across the country. On the other hand, it must transmit to those communities accurate, contextualized information about government policies, legislations, and programs, and other opportunities and events in the country. These two functions together constitute the media's role as the fourth estate, a constitutionally situated check on power and a bridge between the governed and those who govern. The NBC was established pursuant to the Namibian Broadcasting Act, Act 9 of 1991, as we have heard, with a mandate to inform, educate, and entertain the Namibian public, and to create a shared national and cultural experience. That mandate has not diminished. If anything, the rapid evolution of the media environment over the past decade has sharpened the distinction between public broadcasting, which operates under a public interest mandate and is accountable to the Namibian people, in our case, and commercial or social media, which operate primarily according to market logic and audience engagement metrics. Namibia has consistently ranked amongst the highest in Africa on press freedom indices, and that is a record our institution must work actively to sustain. Public trust in the NBC is not automatic. It must be earned through editorial independence, factual accuracy, balanced reporting, and a genuine commitment to the public interest. These are the standards by which the NBC's 35 years of service should be measured, and by which the next years will be judged. I wish to address directly a pattern that I have observed with increasing concern in our media landscape generally, in which the NBC has both the opportunity and the obligation to correct as a public broadcaster. That pattern is the disproportionate and negative portrayal of women, particularly women in leadership positions. Media coverage frequently places undue emphasis on women's issues framed in a negative light, on controversy, on personal conduct, while giving comparatively little attention to women's substantive contribution in government, business, science, and public life. The effect of this imbalance is not neutral. It erodes public confidence in women leaders, and it erodes the confidence of those women themselves. When the narrative surrounding a woman in a position of responsibility is constructed primarily from criticism and personalization rather than from a substantive assessment of her work, it undermines the very democratic norms of accountability that the media must uphold. I remember one time seeing a front page of a newspaper in the UK, and it was a picture of the Prime Minister of the UK, a lady then, and a Prime Minister of Scotland, I believe it was, who was also a lady. And the headline said, "Who has the best legs?" Can you imagine? Two prime ministers, heads of government, and the only thing that this media thought of reporting on which one looked better than the other one, because that's what women are about. Very sad. Media institutions do not simply report on the world, they help shape public perception of it. A media that consistently positions women as subjects of controversy rather than agents of progress is not merely reflecting society, it is reinforcing a framework that limits the ambitions of the next generation of Namibian women. The NBC has 10 language services reaching communities across this country. The representation carried in those services have consequences for how young Namibian girls and boys alike understand what women in public life look like and what they are capable of. I therefore call upon the NBC on this milestone anniversary to reflect critically on its editorial practices as they relate to gender. This is not a call for favorable coverage, it is a call for fair, substantive, and contextualized coverage, coverage that treats women leaders as the full professionals that they are. I must also address a phenomenon that is increasingly defining public life for women in digital era: technology-facilitated violence, also referred to as digital violence. The United Nations defines it as any act that committed, assisted, aggravated, or amplified using information and communication technologies that results in or is likely to result in physical, sexual, psychological, political, or economic harm, or other infringements of rights and freedoms. The rapid advancement of artificial intelligence has deepened this threat considerably. AI-generated deep fakes, impersonalization, coordinated harassment campaigns, and algorithmically amplified disinformation now form part of the arsenal deployed against women in public life. A common consequence well documented in the research is that women withdraw from their online presence or reduce their public participation altogether. In the worst cases, they leave public life entirely. I remember the case of the wife of the British, the UK prince, the wife. She said she stopped reading newspapers. She was offline. She said, people who care about me would tell me what I need to know. And in the end, the prince and his wife left the kingdom. Very sad. The response to this crisis must be proportionate to its scale. Existing legal frameworks in many jurisdictions have not kept pace with the technological sophistication of the perpetrators. Social support systems are often inadequate. Technology platforms continue to operate without sufficient accountability. Public media institutions can use their platforms, which have substantial reach, to take an active editorial position on this matter, to report on it seriously, to refuse to amplify abusive content, and to model the kind of responsible digital conduct that we wish to see adopted more broadly. The media has the power not only to reflect norms, but to shape them. I recognize we as legislators have the responsibility to legislate in a manner that reflects the need of society and fully address them. Because of the important role played by media in society, it is important that it deliberate in building its capacity to fulfill its democratic mandate by ensuring technical literacy, the ability of journalists to accurately report on complex, technical, and specialist subject matters. Inaccurate reporting on technical matters distorts public debate, and it ultimately undermines the accountability function that justifies the media's privileged status in a democracy. It is therefore important to invest in structured programs for journalist development in specialist reporting areas, economics and public finance, constitutional and legislative processes, public health, environmental policy, and the digital and technology sectors, even to understand the rules and orders of Parliament. Because when we start scuffling in Parliament, the public doesn't really know who is wrong or right, because the public and the media don't even know the framework within which we operate. A reporter who understands the legislative process will ask better questions of members of Parliament. A reporter who understands fiscal policy will hold the Minister of Finance to a higher standard of account. That is the kind of journalism that saves democracy. The rise of artificial intelligence, Honorable Kambara, I'm not looking at you, is transforming every sector of public and private life with vigorous speed and comprehensiveness. Across government, health, education, commerce, and public administration, artificial intelligence is already being deployed for data analysis, decision support, translation, service delivery, and the automation of complex processes. The potential efficiency and developmental gains that these technologies offer are significant, particularly for a country like Namibia, which must deliver services across vast distances in diverse communities. However, the benefits of artificial intelligence are not without serious risks. Artificial intelligence systems can generate disinformation at scale, fabricate audio and video of real individuals, produce content that carries the appearance of credibility without substance, and entrench existing biases when trained on non-representative data. For populations that may have limited access to alternative sources of information or verification, the consequences of artificial intelligence generated inaccuracy can be particularly severe. Governments, institutions, and civil society must therefore approach artificial intelligence as a tool that requires governance, not merely adoption. Regulatory frameworks, ethical standards, and accountability mechanisms must evolve to keep pace with the technology. The integrity of public institutions depends on the public's ability to trust that decisions affecting their lives are made based on accurate information and sound judgment. I wish to conclude with what I regard as one of NBC's most enduring and irreplaceable contributions to Namibia's life: its role in preserving, promoting, and transmitting our cultural heritage. Actually, you used to have a program called Kalanami. I hope that you can bring it back. Namibia is a country of extraordinary cultural richness. We are a nation of many languages, many traditions, and many ways of understanding the world. The NBC's 10 language services are not simply a logistical arrangement for reaching diverse audiences. They are a national commitment to the proposition that no Namibian community is left out. When a child in the Kavango hears her language on the national broadcaster, she receives a message not only about the content being broadcast, but about her place in the national community. When an elder in the Kunene listens to programming that reflects his culture and his history, he is confirmed in his belonging to this republic. The promotion of local content is therefore not merely a cultural aspiration, it is a democratic and developmental imperative. A Namibian media landscape dominated by imported programming, whether from the global north or from regional neighbors, is a media landscape that progressively displaces the histories, languages, and knowledge systems of our own people. I therefore urge the NBC to maintain and strengthen its commitments to local content, to invest in Namibian talent behind and in front of the camera and the microphone, and to ensure that the next years of broadcasting continue to reflect the full complexity and beauty of the Namibian nation. In conclusion, now finally, 35 years ago, the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation was born alongside our republic, carrying the hopes and the responsibilities of a newly independent nation. Today, in an era of digital transformation, artificial intelligence, and rapidly shifting media consumption patterns, those responsibilities are more complex, but no less important than they were in 1991. The NBC stands at a crossroad that many public broadcasters around the world face: how to remain relevant, credible, and genuinely useful to the public in a media environment that is being reshaped in real time. The answer, I believe, lies not in abandoning the values that define public broadcasting: accuracy, independence, inclusivity, and the public interest, but in applying those values with greater rigor and creativity than ever before. I congratulate the Board of Directors, the Director General and Management, and the entire staff on the NBC, and indeed the Minister, on this anniversary. Thank you for the service you have rendered to Namibia. I encourage you to continue that service with the seriousness, skill, and the commitment to the truth that the Namibian people deserve. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We thank you for your insightful and encouraging address. We are really honored by your presence and grateful for the time that you have taken, Honorable Speaker, to be in our midst today. Well, we are nearing the end of our program, and we would now like to call upon Yodhika Kawapirura as well as Ella Ndume to give us the vote of thanks. Now, what's unique about Yodhika and Ms. Ella, these are young minds, brilliant creatives here at the NBC, and they have been at the corporation. The likes of Ella, for example, joined at a very young age, who has been presenting a kiddies program but has grown through the ranks of the NBC, and they will be delivering the vote of thanks. A round of applause for them, please.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests.
Good afternoon. Sorry. Dear Director General, distinguished guests, colleagues, and fellow Namibians, by observing all protocols, I would like to say a few words on this special day and to also offer a vote of thanks. As we celebrate 35 years of NBC, we celebrate far more than a broadcaster. We celebrate an institution that has informed, educated, and entertained generations of Namibians, connecting communities across our vast country and helping tell the story of our nation. For many of us who grew up with NBC, it was the voice on the radio in the morning, the evening news on television, and the place where some of our most important national moments were shared. But what makes the NBC remarkable is not only its history, it is its willingness to evolve. Growing up, I had the privilege of watching my own mother, Unomengi Kawapirura, on NBC. Every evening, I would sit in front of our little old-fashioned TV and watch her deliver the news. Like many children, I looked up to her and admired the impact she had through her work. When I eventually joined the NBC myself, I often wondered whether or not I would accomplish even half of what she accomplished throughout her career. Today, I find myself following in her footsteps, and I am grateful for the opportunities this institution has given me. NBC has provided a platform where ideas can grow from simple concept notes into television programs, radio productions, and now digital media content. NBC is increasingly a digital media organization, meeting audiences where they are, on their phones, on social media, and across digital platforms. This transformation matters because the way people, particularly young people like myself and Ella, consume content has changed. I am grateful to work in an environment where new ideas are taken seriously. The fact that young producers and presenters can bring forward a concept and see it develop into reality speaks volume about the direction in which the institution is moving. Desert Crime is one such idea. Born from a passion for storytelling and a growing appetite for true crime content, Desert Crime represents another step in NBC's digital journey. It is a series designed to engage audiences in a different way through immersive, on-demand storytelling that explores compelling criminal cases and the human stories behind them. With great pride, I would therefore like to urge you all to watch online NBC's first official social media crime series, Desert Crime. This project is the result of passion, curiosity, teamwork, and a desire to tell stories that matter. And this is only the beginning. Television and radio extensions are already being explored as we continue to expand the platform and reach of this project. But Desert Crime is not just about crime, it is about innovation, it is about recognizing that public broadcasting can honor its traditions while embracing new platforms and ultimately new audiences. Most importantly, it is a reminder that NBC's story is still being written. To everyone who has supported the NBC over the past 35 years, I thank you. Your trust has brought us far. And to the next generation of storytellers, creators, and audiences, the future is already here. As we conclude today's celebrations, we would like to extend our sincere gratitude to everyone who made this milestone possible. To our distinguished guests, former and current staff members, partners, stakeholders, performers, and viewers and listeners across the country. Thank you for joining us in celebrating this remarkable journey. Most importantly, thank you to the generations of NBC employees whose dedication and passion have helped build and sustain this institution over the years. Happy 35th anniversary, NBC. May we continue telling Namibia stories for generations to come. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. For the sake of time, please allow me to stand on all protocols already observed. Good afternoon. My name is Elandime. I'm known as the baby, but not so much of a baby anymore, in my opinion, of NBC. Before I proceed with my remarks, I'd like to invite you to take a brief journey with me down memory lane. The video that you're going to watch not only captures the memories that I have had at NBC, but also shows you the role that NBC has played in nurturing the person that I am today.
Guys, welcome to another fun episode of the safety segment. Guess where we are? Today we're at the Winter Dog Club. This season on the Sunshine Club, we're learning new ways, So guys, it's bye!
Bye!
Hello!
Okay. Standing before you today is both an honor and a deeply emotional experience as we gather to celebrate 35 years of the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation. I find myself reflecting on a journey that began many, many years ago. I am currently 21 years old, but because of the opportunities that NBC has graced me with, I can say I have 14 years of work experience, which is absolutely insane. So when I was a young 7-year-old girl, I walked through the doors of NBC with little understanding of the impact that this institution would have on my life. At the age of 7, I was given the opportunity to become a presenter on Sunshine Club. For many children, appearing on television may simply be an exciting experience, but for me, it became the beginning of a lifelong journey, learning, growth, and self-discovery. Excuse me. As the years progressed, NBC continued to provide opportunities that allowed me to develop and grow. I became a voice actor on Meerkat's Adventure, shout out Miss G, participated in Frenzy Special, and later had the privilege of presenting. And once I got my first qualification in communications, I produced Justine's. So I was completely in charge of that. Talk about throwing me into the deep end of the pool. Each program represented a different chapter of my development, exposing me to new skills, new responsibilities, and new opportunities. What makes NBC truly remarkable is that it sees potential in people way long before they see it in themselves. It invests in talent, nurtures creativity, and provides platforms that empower individuals to dream beyond their circumstances. I am one of the many Namibians whose life stories have been positively influenced by this institution. NBC taught me confidence. It taught me discipline, especially Miss G. If you know her, nothing gets past her. It taught me professionalism. It taught me the importance of teamwork and the value of serving audiences with integrity and excellence. The lessons I learned here extended far beyond the television studio, and today they guide me in every aspect of my life. Yes. It is in NBC where I discovered my voice. It is where my confidence was nurtured. It is where lifelong memories were created and where invaluable lessons were learned. No matter where life may lead me, a part of me will always belong to NBC. As we celebrate this remarkable milestone, we are not merely commemorating the passage of time. We are celebrating an institution that has informed, educated, entertained, and united Namibians for 35 years. For more than 3 decades, NBC has documented our nation's history, amplified the voices of our communities, showcased our culture and our diversity, and provided a platform for national dialogue and development. Through moments of celebration and moments of challenge, NBC has remained a trusted companion to the Namibian people. Today's celebration is therefore not only about an institution, it is about the countless individuals whose dedication, sacrifice, professionalism, and passion have contributed to building the NBC that we know today. On behalf of all gathered here, I wish to extend a heartfelt gratitude to the NBC Board of Directors for their strategic leadership and stewardship, Mr. Lazarus Jacobs. On behalf to the Director General, our executive management, and the organizing committee, thank you for your vision, commitment, and tireless efforts in ensuring the success of the celebration. To our partners and sponsors, stakeholders, and friends of NBC, thank you for your unwavering support throughout the years. Your collaboration has contributed significantly to the growth and sustainability of public broadcasting in Namibia. To former employees and veterans of NBC who laid the foundation upon which future generations continue to build, we honor your contributions and thank you for your service. To the presenters, producers, journalists, technicians, camera operators, editors, engineers, administrative staff, and every individual working behind the scenes, thank you for your dedication to excellence. While audiences may not always see the work that happens behind the cameras and microphones, today we acknowledge and celebrate your invaluable contribution. To our Masters of Ceremonies, Elago and Ms. Franklin, our speakers, performers, and everyone who participated in today's program, thank you for making this occasion memorable and befitting of such a significant milestone. Most importantly, thank you to the people of Namibia, to everybody watching at home. For 35 years, you have welcomed the NBC into your homes, into your communities, and into your lives. Your trust and support remain the foundation upon which this institution continues to thrive. As we look to the future, we do so with confidence and optimism. The broadcasting landscape is evolving rapidly, shaped by technology, innovation, digital transformation, and changing audience expectations. NBC has embraced this evolution and continues to position itself as a modern public broadcaster capable of meeting the demands of the digital age. Through digital platforms, online streaming services, social media engagement, and emerging technologies, NBC is expanding its reach and ensuring that it remains relevant to the future. Generations of Namibians, both at home and abroad. The future of broadcasting is increasingly digital, interconnected, and audience-driven, and NBC is well-positioned to continue leading and innovating in this space. As we celebrate 35 years of excellence, may we also embrace the opportunities that lie ahead. May NBC continue to grow from strength to strength, continue to inform, to educate, and to entertain, and continue to serve as a beacon of public broadcasting excellence in Namibia and beyond. On behalf of everybody present here today, thank you to all who contributed to making the celebration a success. Congratulations to NBC, 35 years, way more years than I've even been alive. 35 years of remarkable service to the Namibian nation. May the next chapter be even more impactful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So you do notice that the NBC starts quite early, isn't it? Really grooming young people. I mean, they've done it with me. Back in the day when I started out, it was actually in matric when Hampie Plichta, if you remember him, he was a former Minister of Works. When he was mayor of Keetmanshoop, and I was asked to deliver the Day of the African Child, which at the time, only regional integration of all Namibian schools took place. And so we were assigned as high schools in Keetmanshoop to join forces, and that from now on, the Day of the African Child will be celebrated collectively. And it was there that I was discovered and started doing voices for the NBC in particular. And I am so glad to see and hear that we continue to pay it forward within the NBC to take the hands of our young people, show them the ropes, so that one day, in about 10 years' time, I won't be here anymore, they can take over and really lead this nation forward to greater heights. Thank you so much. So we'll be taking a short insert. Thereafter, we'll be celebrating in true Namibian style, if you have a sweet tooth, with the cutting of the cake. And of course, we would ask the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the Board, Director General, as well as the Minister of ICT, whom I've also seen grow up in front of me. Interviewed her loads of times on television, and now she's my Minister of ICT. So we'll be taking a short insert and then just ask our guests to please make their way, and we'll be doing some cake cutting. Thank you so much.
Yeah, as former chairperson of the NBC, I wish each and everyone at the NBC, my ex-colleagues, my ex-board members, a happy, happy birthday on the 35th anniversary. I wish you a wonderful day. Keep on doing the good work. I will never forget you. I'm still around, and good luck with the next 35 years. Have fun today, and really proud of you. Thank you.
Happy anniversary, NBC. I'm incredibly proud of those who built this corporation over the 35 years.
Hello, I'm Daniela. I've started working with the corporation as a cleaner. Today, I'm a TV license operator. Happy birthday, NBC.
Hello, I'm Gregory Isaacs. I'm working as a cleaner. Happy birthday, NBC.
Wow, thank you so much. 35 years, who can believe it? You know, I've been a small child when I started at this corporation. I'm almost turning 50 soon. So, you know, NBC has really been instrumental in my life. I grew up here, and today I can only say happy birthday, NBC.
For these 35 years, I'm a part and parcel of NBC. Happy 35 years, NBC. This is my happy place, NBC.
Happy 35 years to the nation's informer, educator en entertainer.
Baie geluk NBC met julle 35ste bestaanjaar. Mag julle van krag tot krag gaan. Ek is Dawn Creer van Hartklop FM.
Happy birthday, NBC. I'm one of the newest reporters, and I'm very proud to be part of a broadcaster that has informed, educated, and connected Namibians for 35 years, and to more years of telling stories. Shemaine boys.
Just want to wish NBC a very
35 years ago, a new chapter in Namibian broadcasting began. But the story of radio started long before that, connecting people across vast distances and diverse communities.
Umiaka dhokare radio kwa karere mtara wa hakuru pere. Mukuwana mambuthi no inyanyukita. Inonga iretanga maiwe mu maumbo, mukupakerera atereri no kae.
Karakara senrak ay naske wankarisa kom sa hosas asiki hakara iske wasika an Haungasika Audiba, sie Koen Iasran Orban die Unga gezeigt.
Dann kam ein historisches Jahr für Namibia. Mit der Unabhängigkeit des Landes wurde die Southwest African Broadcasting Corporation die Namibian Broadcasting Corporation, NBC.
Oshika koshipesho marunduluko shatameka o radio NBC oya kufoshina kwa nifwasho kuya kuloshiwa na shamanguluka no kuya njewe konkwashwa na kehe avolo kutiasha.
Moti ngwarenga maranyana a fetosa ka fa seroma mowa sentseng se thailwe le go dirisiwa ka teng go tswa mo maranyaneng a segologolo go ya go a sesha a khaso e fetogile le go tlhabologa.
Die een ding wat altyd dieselfde gebly het, is die waarde van radio om in te lig, op te voed en te vermaak. NBC Radio is daagliks in ons luisteraars se geselskap.
Mwala litolopo minzini mileneni vatelezi vazwala pili kuitingeta kwa liteshini za bonanze vatavela kuteleza kwa makande lipapali lipina mane lingambolo.
NBC Radio ko osho uwako kwexanxa kwege katseshe uwa xisi kodwa xisika nembexaga nqa wacha nqa nkutsakacela.
Ko re ngombulo mbingo vitatina ndano oratia kana no hambarkana yoko hakanitha ovon dekuna peke okwana sana otuhe twapeke otuhade mbwa okushivita onjivitiro ononandengu koshona shana Namibia.
As we celebrate this milestone, we honor the past, embrace the present, and look forward to the future.
NBC Radio, 35 years of informing, educating, entertaining, and connecting Namibia.
That insert might have made you proud, friend, right?
Very much so. I'm all for radio first.
Yes.
Well, basically we've come to the end of this live broadcast. We want to thank everybody for having joined us, especially our listeners and viewers, because ultimately you are the ones that we are doing this for. To educate, to inform, and entertain. So we just want to take the time to thank you for your support throughout these past 35 years.
But before we conclude, we need to end as we started. That is, of course, with a rise for the AU and national anthems.
Together to defend
Thank you so much. And now we want to invite our guests up to the stage for the cake cutting, and take the opportunity right now to say thank you so much for having joined us, all the guests here. We really appreciate and appreciate your presence. So from myself, Brandon Thomas, it's goodbye.
Yes, but also, dear guests, please be informed that the NBC leadership is inviting you to go and have a bit of the cake outside. You will be guided by the ushers on where to head to. Like I said, the energy that you used to clap is now going to be returned. Thank you all for coming to celebrate with us.
Thank you so much. Please, join us. Can always be out here.
As the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation marks its 35th anniversary on Friday, the 5th of June, the milestone presents an opportunity to reflect on the broadcaster's journey since its establishment and its role in shaping Namibia's media landscape. For 3.5 decades, NBC has served as the national broadcaster, informing, educating, and entertaining Namibians while documenting some of the country's most significant moments. Through television, radio, and digital platforms, the NBC has evolved alongside the nation, adapting to technological changes and changing audience demands. In our conversation tonight with NBC Board Chairperson, Mr. Lazarus Jacobs, we look beyond the celebration itself to examine how far the corporation has come, where it currently stands, and how it intends to position itself for the future. We also explore the role of NBC in preserving national identity, supporting local content, and remaining competitive in a rapidly changing media environment. Mr. Jacobs, good evening and thank you so much for being here.
Good evening, thank you very much.
So it takes NBC turning 35 to get you in my hot seat.
Absolutely. Well, it's quite a significant milestone.
Yes, it is indeed.
And it's definitely a milestone worth celebrating.
Yeah. And when you reflect on the NBC's journey over the past 35 years, what would you identify, as some of the most defining moments?
I think some of the moments you mentioned in your introduction, because NBC's growth and existence is directly linked to our democracy, to our country's democracy. And we've had quite significant milestones. One thing that comes to mind is the fact that we moved from a state broadcaster to a national broadcaster. Before independence, there's SWABC was more a state broadcaster, almost like a state propaganda machine.
Yeah.
And with the advent of NBC, the establishment of NBC, then we became a national broadcaster. And there was quite a few things that we needed to do as a national broadcaster. Like I said, with independence, our identity is directly linked to the identity of the country and the growth of the country. So one of the things that we should really be proud of is the expansion of radio.
Yeah.
Because for the past 35 years, we're able not just to add more radio stations, we're also able to add more language services, which covers all the language services in the country. And we are reaching more than 95% of the population now. So there was quite a significant milestone. Not only that, these radio stations also represent a particular identity of that community, but at the same time serving the national identity. So it's that whole unity in diversity thing.
Yeah.
And as a national broadcaster, that's something we should be really, really proud of. And not only that, the people who tune in on NBC, whether it's radio, television, but mainly radio, if I can deal with that, they are able to express their voices. And that is the role we play as a national broadcaster. Yes. If I switch on my radio, whether it's Kesamas or Murari, I should be able to identify my language and culture.